been to Brooklyn, New York on 3 different occasions. They were all in the same night, so no thank you.
And that's not as
All right, mic's are on, get ready. Oh, we are live, so the light's not working. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 19th, 2020 meeting of the Auburn School Committee. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, everyone. Welcome. Let's start with introductions, please. I'll start off here to my right.
David Simpson at large.
Brian Belknap, Ward 4.
Pam Hart, Ward 2.
Karen Matthew, Ward 3.
Connie Brown, Superintendent.
Faith Fontaine at large.
On Ward 5.
Brian Carrier, Mayor's Rep.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's first item on our agenda tonight is to the approval of tonight's consent agenda, which also includes the minutes for August 5th, August 12th, and certificated nominations for Rachel Markley, Samantha Pelletier, and is it Venice Barnes. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda this evening?
So moved.
Thank you, Brian Carrier. Brian Belknap, can I take you as a second? Thank you very much. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion passes. All right, this evening we are going to start with public participation. Public participation tonight is for any one from either staff or the general community to come on up and talk to us about general topics related to the school system that is not already on this agenda. So, public participation, please.
Going twice.
Okay, yep, absolutely. Michelle, can I ask you, since Shelly's out there, can I ask you to airplay a timer, please, so that we just keep everyone to their allotted time? If you could airplay it, that would be helpful. Thank you. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can. Welcome.
Okay, Courtney Pierce, AEA President. The AEA thanks you for the opportunity to speak. We are here representing the voices of the educators in Auburn, your staff who worked tirelessly over the past several months recreating the wheel, delivering high-quality online instruction to students, keeping buildings safe and clean, feeding our kids, and last but not least, developing a collaborative reopening plan that we believe would keep staff and students safe. We came to you last week in hopes that you would reconsider the plan you created based on our earnest and honest feedback. Educators in Auburn know our classrooms, we know our kids, we know our buildings, and we know the plan you've come up with is not going to work. It is not safe. On August 5th, when we asked you to explain how we would implement this plan, you told us it was up to us to figure out. We are here to tell you it is simply not possible. AEA would like to formally invite the committee to join us for a day in the life of Auburn students returning to school this fall. Before school opens, we invite Auburn School Committee members to board a bus wearing masks and come to our classrooms to experience what it will be like for students and staff when the building opens. If you are willing to accept our invitation, please let us know, and we will provide you with further details. But just in case you cannot join us, there are a few things you should know. There are a number of serious safety issues that the committee has yet to consider. First, transportation of our students. According to DOE requirements, students are to be 3 feet from each other and 6 feet from adults at all times. The district's current plan does not provide for how we can keep students 3 feet apart on a bus. The plan also puts bus drivers at risk because the number of students in such a confined space. DOE guidelines explicitly state that students should be in stable cohorts that do not mix or change. The committee's plan, however, allows parents to change their child's cohort, and because of the number of students present, cohorts cannot be kept separate during the school day or on the bus. Students will come into contact with students from other cohorts in hallways, in the office, on the playground, and in the cafeteria and other common areas. It is not possible to appropriately social distance students even with their cohorts during the school day, especially during lunchtime when students are supposed to be seated and 6 feet apart. The burden on educators to monitor social distancing and safety issues like mask wearing will be effectively doubled if twice as many students are present. Ventilation systems that have been a problem in Auburn for years will not be working order in time for the delayed start of school to begin. Some rooms where this is a problem could have been closed until the issues were fixed if we have fewer students. But space is at premium if we are welcoming so many students 4 days per week. There are not enough educators to appropriately staff the buildings and keep our students safe. The AEA also has significant concerns regarding how the quality of instruction will be negatively affected by the committee's plan.
So Brianne Crocker, AEA Vice President, and I have the list of concerns that were submitted by staff. Many staff are going to be required to perform work that they are not appropriately certified to perform, whether it's ed techs teaching lessons or monitoring large groups of students, or whether it is teachers who are teaching outside of their certification. The high school is not going to be able to offer the vast majority of elective courses and higher level courses that challenge our students and prepare them for college and beyond. Under the 4-day model, larger groups of students will prevent more individualized instruction to make gains lost as a result of the closure in March. Educators have not yet received information regarding how we are supposed to teach some students remotely and others in the classroom simultaneously. We invite the committee to explain how this can be done. Given the safety issues and other obstacles created by the school committee's plan, it is clear that many educators are seriously considering leaving Auburn permanently. We presented data to the school committee the school committee's last meeting that showed 81% of educators surveyed did not agree with the committee's plan. 65% of educators believe it is either very unlikely or somewhat unlikely that reopening will be safe. 37% of educators said that they were more likely to leave education, and 12% said that they were likely to retire early. That's close to 50% of staff surveyed. Since presenting the data, AEA has had numerous staff reach out to us for guidance about leaving the district in one way or another. Most have cited the committee's unwillingness to hear our concerns as one of their reasons for moving on. The vast majority of the other school departments across the state have chosen to open using a hybrid model or to start the school year fully remote. What makes us believe that we are so much more prepared to have so many of our students present for the full 4 days per week here in Auburn. We are not. We are not ready. It is irresponsible and it's not safe. AEA implores the school committee to reconsider its plan and hopes that you vote to approve the hybrid model that the educators and administrators work diligently to develop, taking into consideration the DOE framework, the CDC requirements for safety reopening. We would not be here tonight if we did not believe that the committee's plan puts the welfare of students, staff, and the community at terrible and unnecessary risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming. Can I ask Dr. Brown some of the things that the AEA has just brought up, some of the feasibility pieces in conversations and in your reports to the school committee in regards to stable cohorts, ventilation, space, what is the feasibility of these things that the AEA has brought to our attention?
Sure, I'm going to start at the highest level. That would be the 9 through 12. And I have scheduled later in the agenda a piece for Mr. Anier to come up and talk about some of the challenges that we've had running basically 3 tracks at Edward Little. And it is proving to be very, very difficult. One of the challenges is the higher you go in a high school schedule, i.e. the later you go in a language or the higher you go in a class, not so many kids take those classes, and those classes become what are called singletons. And singletons are not new in terms of conflicts. I've been working with high schools for a very long time, and inevitably, when you run the schedule in the spring, it's called a conflict matrix. There are going to be kids that didn't get everything they wanted, and those kids have to be hand scheduled.
Okay.
That's a typical year. And so this is an atypical year, and we are having challenges trying to give kids as many of those opportunities that they thought they were going to get, and it's become insurmountable. I think I would be disingenuous if I represented to you that that is something that we could do without compromising some of those student choices. So that's one thing. As far as ventilation goes, Siemens is our HVAC company. They've been through the building along with Thayer and Adam, what's the other company? They can't think of the third one.
Waiting to hear from Damon.
Thank you. And so they've given us essentially a 3-stage proposal. The first stage that we've already initiated, and that's to make the current system that we have, which is arguably dated, function as best in the best way it possibly can. There has been some delayed maintenance in that for good reason. We're moving out of that building in 3 years. I'll talk a little bit about that later in my report. And so I certainly understand why you didn't want to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in a building that you're not going to be in very long. But Mr. Hansen and I have made what I think is a very prudent step decision, and it's to get the system we have to its utmost best productivity. And so we're going to do that this summer. We've got to fix the pneumatic units, Adam, I think that's what they're called, and get those running and operable. And we expect to have that ready, hopefully by the time school begins. We then will have to address some areas in the building that do not have ventilation that we consider acceptable. And that is an area that we're tackling in the phased approach. So that answers the ventilation question at the high school. The other buildings have all had upgrades, and I'm looking at Mr. Hunter, regards to HVAC. And I know I was in several of those on really hot days this summer, and they were quite comfortable, and air is moving, and those upgrades have been made, including RETC, which is the old Lake Street School. So moving down, I'm going to call on some of the administrators, if I might, to answer a couple of those questions. I'm going to switch back to the elementary preparation. And I will ask Andrew, if you might come up and talk a little bit about the elementary perspective and the preparedness for opening with essentially 3 models. Thank you.
Yep. So we are trying to figure out 3 models, like Dr. Brown said. So looking at my schedule and looking at my staff, really trying to focus on equity amongst the grade levels and teaching caseloads as well. So at Washburn, I do have the luxury of having a few extra staff due to our SIG placement and coming out of that. So with that said, I am breaking the students into 3 cohorts based off their parents' choice on the survey. So I have teachers who are the 4-day hybrid teachers. I have teachers that are doing the 2-day hybrid, and then I'm working with other elementary principals on trying to figure out the fully remote option. So maybe one option that I came up with Mr. Davis from Walton is combining some of our fully remote grade levels, and I would take part of that and he would take part of that. So maybe my 5th graders might be in a teacher from Walton instead of a teacher from Washburn. So trying really hard to alleviate teachers teaching multiple cohorts is our top priority, so teachers can focus on one area. One of our challenges right now is looking at the 2-day model, having families stick together on those schedules is posing a little bit of a challenge. In my ideal world, I am creating a multi for a 2-day hybrid. So, if I had my choice, all third graders would come on 2 days, all fourth graders will come on 2 days, but we may have to do some altercations due to middle school schedules or other school schedules or other grade level schedules. So we're really focusing on making sure teachers have equitable caseloads from pre-K to 6.
Thank you. Just something I want to add to that presentation is that the administrators and the staff have worked really hard to do to the level we can accommodations for parent choice. So that was sort of the impetus for the change for the school committee. Where it gets tricky for us is if someone chooses a model and then wants to change that. Because some of our groupings, especially at Fairview and Sherwood Heights, I'm going to pick 6th grade, some of those upper grades are larger for starters, and we simply can't add more students to that particular cohort grouping. This is usually the four-day model. And that will become very difficult because if people change their mind and they say, well, I was going to go remote, but I've decided that isn't working and now I want to come back 4 days, we may not have the capacity to accommodate those changes. The principals, and I know especially at Fairview, have really fine-tuned those courses and those assignments, those classes and those assignments, but it's a balance that's precarious at this point. It wouldn't take a lot to tip that in another direction. So I think that, again, it would be irresponsible for me if you asked the question, Chairman Matthew, what are some of the accommodations that we're making? So those are some of the things. At the middle level, and Bob didn't know he was going to get called on, but I think he's willing to offer a few remarks.
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. We're working, I think like all the other administrators, 7 days a week, 15 plus hours every single day to try to figure it out. I spent all day Saturday and Sunday on the telephone with parents, getting back to every single one to answer their questions, working through some of frustrations that they had expressed. The one that probably stood out the most were parents who had selected the 2-day option, thinking sort of that was a safer option, and then they found out that their student would be traveling on the bus with 2-day and 4-day middle school students and also 2-day and 4-day high school students. So I've had, working through some changes. We met all day yesterday, a large team, to completely redo student placement. So we are rebuilding Auburn Middle School right from the ground up. So completely gone are what used to be the teams called mountains and everything like that, and it all has to do with the shifting numbers. And it's felt a little bit like we're chasing a moving target. The plan I could have laid out 36 hours ago has shifted since then because we've had more than a dozen parents who have contacted me to change their choice. So that's incredibly difficult to try, and then because at the same time we're trying to work with all of the colleagues across the entire district and aligning siblings and things like that. We have, I think, a good plan that our 2-day cohorts will be housed on the first floor of the middle school. We're able to fit them in, that group 6 foot socially distanced. The 4-day students will be all housed on the second floor of the middle school at the 3 foot social distance, with the exception of lunch, where they will be at least 6 feet. So we're working through all of the details and planning, but I'm hopeful that we can land on a number pretty soon and then build it, because I have to get the students figured out to then be able to figure out where the teachers fit into that. But teachers have been incredibly flexible, because what it is going to mean is some teachers who they were expecting to teach 8th grade math may now be teaching 7th grade science. We're able to do it within their certification area. So I was able to make sure that piece would figure it out, but some teachers who are K-8 certified will need to be teaching some other areas. And then we also are preparing to pivot, as was just spoken to earlier, as numbers shift. We have a couple of cohorts that if it shifts either way, just 5 or 6 students, the dominoes sort of topple pretty quickly, and then we have to move the teachers around again. So we are, I've got a good team, Assistant Principal Sean McGaw and I, again, 7 days a week. We're working to figure out how to, a big team, spend a big chunk of today working on our schedule, because that has to, we have to completely start over with that, but we have a really hard, dedicated group working to try to figure it out.
Thanks, Bob. Just a couple more remarks, and then I'll close, and you can continue on. 2 things. One is that Michelle and I have been incredibly frustrated, _ with what we have now dubbed the changing sands in terms of guidance from the Maine Department of Education. I probably lamented about this before, but we got one set of guidance rules on Thursday, and then another set of guidance on Friday of last week. And it would be, I like nice bright lines. I like someone to say, this is what you need to do. That would be very helpful. But the guidance, and I've got a new word for it, it's called squishy. And it's things like, well, you can do this if you can reach this standard, that would be very nice, if it's feasible. And truthfully, that's not very helpful as a school administrator. So that's one thing. The second thing is that, as I think everyone knows in this room, I'm new, and I am just learning what it is to be an educator in Auburn. And what has impressed me, barring no examples, are the incredible flexibility of teachers. I have talked to people who were supposed to be grade 5, but now they're going to be a multi-age teacher, or they were supposed to teach math, and now they're going to teach science, or they're going to teach something else. And they've been great. They've been very upbeat, they've been very pleasant, and it's been really refreshing for me. So with that being said, I would be happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
I think you've answered. I was trying to capture the points that the AEA reps were making, and stable cohorts. I've heard stable cohorts are being created. I do understand burden. I do understand it as an educator myself. What do it mean to shift all of a sudden, thinking I'm teaching one thing and another thing? So I think the school committee we would be remiss as a school committee to not understand that this is the feasibility of this and what we're asking. It's a big lift. It is a very big lift. So I just want to make sure that we've, the comments about ventilation, the comments about space at a premium, the overall feasibility of it. I want to make sure that we are still within the feasibility of this offer.
We are doing our level best. One of the most frustrating things for us has to be the bus. Way back on the 19th of July, when we released the plan, there were going to be different groups of kids on the bus. You had K2 kids, who are one group of kids, riding with 3-5 kids, another group of kids, and those kids are in different cohorts. So that was, well, I can't speak for everyone. That's what I understood that model would have to be. The guidance for the bus is still squishy. They are saying preferably 1 to a seat. I have not seen guidance that says 3 feet distance on the bus. I have seen guidance from the CDC that says we would like you to space them, if possible, 1 to a seat. And Adam, if there's something I haven't seen today, I've been busy, please join in.
No, I think you're spot on there. We haven't had much direct guidance on busing.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
But it has been, it's 1 to a seat. We haven't seen guidance 3 feet on a bus, have we?
No, I mean, I would actually back up. I don't know that we've even seen 1 per seat in writing from DOE or CDC, other than it seems to be the best practice model that almost everyone is following, and we've decided to go with that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Would anyone else like to join us for public participation this evening?
Andrew, can I ask you one question? When you said that the middle school, it's clearly going to be, the cohorts will be separated and they won't interact. In the middle school, in the elementary school, is that going to happen as well?
That is our hope, that the 2-day and the 4-day are completely separate. Again, they'll be on the same bus, but lunch will be in their rooms. The 4 days are a little bigger classes, so in order to do the 6 feet, we'll have an overflow in our cafeteria. but they will be eating and with their same cohort.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Andrew Auburn, and I live at 83 Orchard Street in Auburn. I'm not an Auburn teacher. I want to talk about your plan and how it will actually look inside schools. You have shed the responsibility for this plan, and it is indeed the department's obligation to carry out this committee's bidding regardless of safety, best educational practices, or the desperate social and emotional needs of students. Classrooms will not have shared books. There is no room for classroom libraries while making room for every student to physically distance. There is no snack time or even eating outside of lunch, given the restricted area to maintain a physical distance of 6 feet. Lunches will start at the beginning of the day and span to the end, leaving some students hours without appropriate nourishment. Collaboration for labs will be dangerous at best and impossible at worst. Movement in the classrooms will be extremely limited to maintain the 3 feet distances. Subs will be limited at best, driving class size up as teachers responsibly call out with sickness and fevers that frequently start the year of school. Hallways will be either a social distance nightmare or a lockdown prison environment, counter to the emotional welfare of students and staff. I hope that you weigh these and other issues of cramming students into buildings on your conscience as you decide what is best for our students, staff, and community. I also hope that you will be regularly present in the schools during the opening and first weeks to show support towards the safety of your plan that you choose to vote on. Finally, I want to remind you that the students most at risk in these plans are those whose lives are most at risk to be traumatically changed if an outbreak does occur in Auburn schools. Those with dangerous home environments, those without steady nourishment, and those raised by sick or elderly will be the first and most affected by your plan. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Bartlett, and I live at 107 Shepley Street. And I have 2 sons who are school-aged and are somehow involved with the Auburn School Department. I first want to thank all of you here. I know you have a responsibility that weighs very heavy on your shoulders. I am a pastor. I deal with some of these similar issues. How do I protect the most vulnerable from COVID while also trying to protect the most vulnerable from isolation? And it is really hard work. Before I begin, I just want to disclose that I personally am very much against having my child or any child in school for 4 days during the week. And this comes also in part because of my work as a pastor. I have conversations with the Maine CDC, I talk with experts, I have attended trainings, and I have attended more workshops in the last few months than I could shake a stick at. And one of the most recent workshops I attended was given by a man named Rick Karg. And he is an engineer, and he works with the American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning. And he was also involved with the National Epidemic Task Force. And with these facts are some of how I make my decision regarding my child. COVID-19 is 0.12 microns. This means it is 400 times smaller than the average human hair. And new studies now suggest that COVID can be spread up to 16 feet, not 6 feet. He also says that everyone should wear a mask at all times. Deep cleaning should be a priority for any building that is used by multiple people. And if you are going to be indoors, you need to understand that being outdoors is safer, so you need to make your indoors as outdoory as you possibly can, which means windows need to be open, fans should be in the window blowing air from inside of the classroom to outside, And even things like bathrooms, toilets. As crass as this is, when toilets are flushed, if there is no lid, the COVID can spread in the bathroom. All toilets need lids, and they need to be shut when the toilet is flushed, and all bathrooms need to have appropriate ventilation. Now, this training went on for about an hour and a half, and even though I'm a pastor, I know I can't talk for an hour and a half because I'll get kicked out. But this is all information that I have learned. It is just a small piece of the information that I have learned over the past 5 months. So I offer this very quickly, and I will say that, yes, I know this is your decision, but your decision shows the value of the Auburn School Department.
Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
Reverend Blatt? Can you repeat?
Sorry about my mask.
No problem. Can you repeat who you've just quoted all of that data from, please?
Yes. His first name is Rick, R-I-C-K, and his last name is Karg, K-A-R-G.
And who does he work for again?
He is a consultant, but he is a member of the American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. And I can also send you that link as well. That would be
Thank you very
helpful.
much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Kerrigan. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Sherwood Heights and a resident of Auburn. Tonight I'll be speaking on behalf of a colleague of mine who couldn't be here tonight. Dear members of the school committee, my name is Christine Sampson of 655 Parental Road in Auburn. I'm not only a resident of Auburn, but a sixth grade teacher at Sherwood Heights Elementary School. As a staff member of over 25 years in Auburn, a taxpayer for 30 years, and a parent of former Auburn students, I ask you one thing. How can you honestly say you are respectful of the educational needs of this community, regardless of which side we stand on with reopening schools? You completely disregarded the many weeks of work put in by teachers, admin, parents, and community members. Then, when people want to speak up, you cut them off with a rude and loud buzzer, and you ignore the questions that are being asked for you to answer. The bottom line is this: 2 days in person and 3 days remote allowed me as a grade 6 teacher to see every single sixth grader who wanted to come to school in person. Every single one. Instead, I will now be assigned a cohort that breaks up my sixth graders. Who knows, I may not even be teaching my sixth graders this year, as I will be assigned wherever there is a need. Do you realize how much money the Auburn School Department has spent over the past 2 years training me to teach sixth grade Lucy Calkins reading and writing? Also, 79% of my sixth graders met or exceeded the standards last year. 79%. And now, with a single unresearched vote, have taken that opportunity away from me and my students. I'll leave you with this question. When will you be informing the members of this community that their child most likely will be learning with an ed tech or another teacher not qualified to teach that grade level? Families deserve to know this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Brown, just to follow up, no teacher can teach beyond their certification, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
K through 8 at the high school, you can teach, where's Shelley? Shelley's outside, 40% outside your certification. But where's Scott? When you do your presentation, I don't believe you're asking teachers to do that. But we can cover that during his presentation.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify on that. And I do apologize for the timer and the buzzer. We want to make sure everyone is able to come in and speak. I want to concentrate on the speaker and not have to stare down at my phone. So I apologize. We do have to have some type of implementation ready to go. So thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Jackie Boyd. I'm a teacher at EL, and tonight I am reading a letter from my colleague Jen Braunfels, who is also a teacher at EL. Dear members of the school committee, someone is reading this letter on my behalf because I am not comfortable being in the room with people who are not wearing masks. I have not even gone outside gone inside a restaurant since March because I care for my mother, who is the final stage of Parkinson's disease. If I bring this disease into her home, she will die, and it will be my fault. The decisions made here tonight could mean life or death for me, my family, my colleagues, and my students, and that is truly something that keeps me up at night. I've worked in Auburn for 22 years and have stayed through all the hard times because I believe in this community. Based on the decision of the school committee made last week, my belief in this community has become nearly non-existent. The only thing keeping me going is the fantastic staff at Edward Little and the hope that you will do the right thing tonight. We hope you make the safe choice to go back to the plan that educators and administrators worked painstakingly on this summer. You've created a plan which is physically impossible to work with. There are simply not enough staff members at the high school to pull off what you have suggested. Thus, if you decide to continue forward with your plan, the students in Auburn will suffer, as will their education. Excellent educators are going to leave this community. On top of that, your plan puts thousands of students and staff and, in turn, families in Auburn at risk. I implore you to adhere to the plan that people who have had boots on the ground in actual classrooms have come up with. It is a solid plan and could at least give us a fighting chance to return to school safely. I know you want life to be back to normal. I know parents in Auburn and students want life to be back to normal. I want life to be back to normal as well. However, these are not normal times, and this is a matter of life and death. I implore you to adopt the plan that the educators came up with. It is the safest plan in these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Brown, can I ask you a question? Because this has come up a couple times now, the ed tech. Are they going to be teaching classes? Because that's also a concern that I've had too. I've had people write to me and ask, ed techs will be teaching classes as opposed, because there aren't enough teachers, that they will be taking the place of a teacher. Is that going to happen?
It is not my understanding that ed techs will be teaching classes.
What will they be
There
doing?
are supervisory duties that ed techs have always done and will continue to do.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Beth Galway. I'm the head of the guidance services at Edward Little High School. I'm also the treasurer of the Auburn Education Association and parent to an 8th grader and 5th grader in the Auburn school system. Since your August 5th meeting, I've received numerous emails from parents in regards to their students' schedules. Most concerning to these parents is whether or not their students will have the same opportunities and courses in each schooling option. I can honestly say that I do not believe students will have equal opportunities. Let me take a moment to explain the complexity of the master schedule at the high school. I know Dr. Brown talked about it briefly, but I'll go ahead into what we do. We start building the schedule in March. Power School builds a schedule by using constraints and requests we input. Power School basically makes the best schedule for the student requests with the teacher assignments. It's a complicated and involved puzzle. Once the master schedule is completed, the counselors are then tasked with finalizing student schedules. This year, I asked for schedules to be completed by August 1st. This process requires each counselor to go through each student's schedule on their caseload to ensure all necessary classes are present. Now that you have a picture of the master schedule process, let me explain how options may be limited. Honors Pre-Calculus is a singleton class. This means this class only occurs in the schedule during one period. The reason there's only one section is that there are only 20 students who meet the prereqs and have requested to take it. Because some students enrolled in that class have chosen 2-day and some have chosen 4-day, I need to create a new section. I have been tasked with keeping those cohorts separate. In creating a new section, I must find an open period and I must be cognizant of teacher preps. Per our contract, teachers can only have 3 preps. Now let's say I find an open period that does not add more preps for the teacher. I move the 4-day students to that period. For some it works, for others there are conflicts. For one student, let's say, the conflict is Latin 2. I look to find where another Latin 2 class falls, but that conflicts with AP language. And the pattern continues. I call this the domino effect. With each change, it affects other classes because of the scheduling process, which I explained earlier. So what does the student do? Does the student choose to drop Latin 2 or not take honors pre-calculus? Remember, our job at the high school is to best prepare our students for their post-secondary plans. For this student, if the plan is to eventually major in engineering at MIT, then we have a problem. MIT will want to see honors pre-calculus and at least 2 consecutive years of a foreign language. How do I help this student? Do I suggest changing the schedule knowing that it will limit post-secondary options? Do I suggest changing cohorts even though it is against the wishes of the family? And this does not simply apply to our honors and AP students. LRTC is a singleton. Our welding course through the New England School of Metalworks is a singleton. Our Bridgeyear program, singleton courses. There are 96 singleton courses, and this count does not include LRTC. What I have presented are facts, not opinions, not feelings. We are talking about students' transcripts and their futures. I want to make sure that all parents and the school committee members truly understand what implications allowing 3 choices can have. I implore you to reconsider your earlier decision and to go back to a 2-day hybrid model which can allow our schools to open safely, accommodate student needs, and accommodate student needs for their post-secondary plans. I do not want to...
I'm sorry.
I'm almost done.
I'm just asking, are you part of Mr. Anier's presentation later on today?
No, I am not.
Okay, because we're taking public comment on and I appreciate what you've come to say tonight. And I hope that you don't find me rude right now. We're taking public comment on everything, not on the high school. The high school's on our agenda to have a big conversation about tonight. But your comments, so I was going to ask for public comment on the high school piece at that point. So I would implore the school committee to remember Ms. Galway, is that what it is? Okay, the comments that she's making this evening as well.
Okay.
Right.
I'm done.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Todd Cretion. I teach Spanish at the high school, Edward Little High School.
Mr. Cretion, before you begin, are you going to be discussing the high school, the portion of the high school piece? Because we are having public comment for high school after Mr. Anier presents for high school.
No, I believe this applies to the entire
In general?
situation. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, no problem. Okay, well, one thing, and then I'm going to read a very short statement. First thing is, and I just think this has to be said, and we have to keep coming back to it, which is that although Maine has some of the lowest COVID rates in the country, we have the worst racial disparities in terms of COVID virus infection and unfortunately fatalities. And we have, when we talk about a vulnerable population in our schools, we're talking about students of color. And if we do not make their health and safety a priority, then we are not making a health and safety a priority for all of our students. That cannot be swept under the rug. That has to be highlighted. And that's an issue for all of our major school districts in the state. Now I have the distinct honor, I'm going to read a very short statement from Karen Terrio. She is the Latin teacher. She's the head of the World Languages Department at Edward Little High School. And I can only say it's an honor to read the statement from her, and I would hope that you take her words more seriously than you take mine. So this is from Karen Terrio. Hello, my name is Karen Terrio. I'm a lifelong resident of Auburn. My parents graduated from Edward Little. My husband and I graduated from Edward Little, and my sons graduated from Edward Little. This fall, I will be entering my 35th year of teaching Latin at Edward Little, and I am also the World Languages Department head. And I have always been proud to teach in Auburn and blessed to work with administrators and teachers who work tirelessly to deliver quality education to their students. I am writing to respectfully ask you to reconsider giving Auburn families the 4-day school option for the start of this school year. You have no doubt received a myriad of similar requests from concerned parents and staff. Please listen to the numerous safety and logistical concerns that these people have presented you with. The citizens of Auburn and the Auburn School Department employees deserve to have their concerns addressed by you, and they deserve to be given specific answers and information about how this plan, when implemented with other learning options, will be safely carried out. As a teacher, when I plan a unit of instruction, I am tasked with making sure that my delivery of content, practice activities, and assessments are accessible and understandable by a variety of students with different learning styles and learning challenges. I have to carefully plan ahead and anticipate the needs of all my students by including a 4-day option in the school, along with the 2-day and remote options, it does not appear that anyone thought ahead and anticipated how this would impact administrators and teachers' ability to keep all students safe, or how teachers could safely and sanely provide all students with the education they deserve. I ask you, please reconsider instituting the 4-day option in the schools, and until all of our concerns have been addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Christian McCarthy. I am a parent of 3 students in the Auburn system. I'm also an educator. I work at Walton, but I'm actually here to represent some other people here that couldn't be here for themselves. So I have a letter that I'd like to read.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Trombley. I have been teaching in Auburn for 26 years. I am currently a reading recovery teacher and Title I interventionist at Sherwood Heights. 1 in 4. Did you know that 1 in 4, or 24% of teachers in the United States has some underlying medical condition that puts them at higher risk in regards to COVID-19? This was reported in July by CNN, US News, World Report, and AARP. I'm not with you in person tonight because I am that 1 in 4. I am a teacher with relapsing multiple sclerosis. The medication I take to slow the progression of the disease suppresses my immune system. So if I become infected with COVID-19, it will be very difficult to fight it. I will not be able to return to in-person instruction until there is a vaccine. In addition to my illness, my husband has had 3 kidney transplants. If he develops COVID-19, he will likely die, but he will definitely lose his kidney. The immunosuppressant medications he has taken for 30 years will make it difficult to fight the disease. The first thing doctors will do if he contracts the virus is to take him off those meds. Then he will reject his implanted kidney. My daughter has the same kidney disease as my husband. To say we are a high-risk family is an understatement. And I know we're not alone. There are other staff, as well as families of our students who are in the same boat. I have been working with administration to try to find an option for remote instruction so that I don't have to take leave from a job that I love so much. While on the topic of the administration, Auburn administrators, several teachers, and other stakeholders worked tirelessly to come up with a well-thought-out plan to return to school in a way that would allow some in-person learning while keeping numbers down in our schools, as well as avoiding the mixing of cohorts. You, the Auburn School Committee, recklessly altered that plan by allowing for a 4-day in-person option. Now, the numbers of the people in buildings will be increased, and it will be difficult, if not impossible, to avoid the mixing of cohorts. I believe you have put us all in a position to have even more time away from the classroom learning remotely. I am 1 in 4, but it's not just about me. It's about my husband. It's about my daughter. It's about my aging parents. It's about my colleagues who will be returning to the classroom. It's about my students. It's about our children. It's about our community. Are you, the Auburn School Committee, willing to risk the health and safety of our children and our community? I beg of you to take another look at this well-thought-out plan that we previously had. Have some more discussion. Do what's best for our community. Put safety first.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Hi, welcome.
Hi, sorry, I'm short. My name is Jessica Mishu. I'm the special ed team leader at Washburn School. And I just have a piece that actually came from A colleague and me, we work together on this, so it's not just my feelings, it's feelings of many of my colleagues at Washburn. So on Tuesday, the staff received a letter from Dr. Brown spotlighting how recommendations and guidelines are changing day by day, like she spoke to earlier, and that she understands the frustrations we are feeling. That message really gave a lot of us comfort, and we feel that because of these daily changing guidelines, those are the exact reasons why we should be revisiting the original hybrid plan for all schools presented to the Auburn School Committee on July 22nd and August 5th. I'm asking Karen Matthew, Brian Belknap, Faith Fontaine, or Brian Carrier to make a motion to reopen that discussion. We are in an enviable position because we are able to study other school systems in the country that have begun their school year already. All of the successful models so far have been hybrid plans. There are reasons that these are getting better results. We can have every protocol in place, and one student or staff member can impact the building quickly. It is a well-documented information. It is also a good reason for all schools to screen every person upon entering the building. The hybrid plan allows us to control the numbers in the cohort very tightly. If one cohort is compromised, it affects a small number of people, making it possible to contain the problem without necessarily closing the building. It will be interesting to see how long hybrid plan schools are able to stay open as compared to all-in plan schools. What you may not know is that the hybrid plan, teachers are able to do much more directed, small group, in-person instruction with all students. They are able to provide this educational opportunity safely because of the controlled numbers. Also, with a hybrid plan, we are teaching our students how to learn using different methods of delivery of information, a very important skill for students to become proficient, as life does not always provide you with a classroom and a teacher. Teachers have been researching, studying, and designing for this approach since we closed schools in March. We knew that remote learning need to be achievable for a number of reasons. Our snow days this year will be remote instruction days, and we must teach this method to our students if those days will actually be productive, which is what we want. The hybrid plan not only means the needs for safety that our students and staff need, but also builds upon the traditional learning and teaching structure provided a variety of learning opportunities for our students. In-person instruction can happen over Zoom and Google Classroom or other reasonable platforms. In-person instruction is a student and a teacher communicating with each other in real time. They are all present to and for each other in real time, whether it is face-to-face or virtual. What you call in-person instruction is what we call brick and mortar instruction, a defined place and time where people are together in a room learning and teaching. It serves a societal purpose in the form of free daycare. Social services, food issues, and other mental health concerns can be addressed with the hybrid plan. The only thing the hybrid plan does not address is free daycare. I leave this to the committee to decide whether the future is more important than safety and educational goals of our students and staff.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Technical difficulty, I apologize.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Katie Chickwin. I have taught second grade at Park Avenue Elementary for the last 7 years, and this year I was asked to teach third grade. After listening to the last few school committee meetings, I'm left wondering, do you fully understand the impact that your decision has had on students, families, and staff? As an educator, my number one priority is to make sure my students, my kids, are safe. Right now, with the plan you have voted on and approved, our schools are not safe for our children. I would never send my child into these schools with the plan that you have thrust upon us. It is very clear to me that your first priority as a board is not the safety of our students. You have ignored the concerns brought to you by your constituents, by parents, by teachers, by students, by bus drivers, by community members, and for what reason? To maximize in-person learning, even when the evidence reveals it is not safe to do so. Make no mistake, I want more than anything to be back in my classroom with my students, but I'm not willing to sacrifice their health in order to fulfill my wants. Here are some facts for you to consider. The CDC has stated that recent evidence suggests that children have the same or higher viral loads than adults, and that children can effectively spread the virus in household and camp settings. As of August 13th, over 406,000 children have tested positive for COVID. In a 2-week span from July 30th to August 13th, over 75,000 new child cases were reported. Hospitalization rates in children are steadily increasing, and 1 in 3 children that are hospitalized will need to be admitted to the ICU, which is the same rate as adults. A study coming out of London has shown there are long-term cognitive and neurological effects in children who contract COVID. The CDC has also found evidence suggesting that up to 45% of pediatric infections are asymptomatic, which makes symptom-based screening in children very challenging. Do you know what our school day will look like now? I will greet students from 6 feet away with a mask on so they cannot see my smile. There will be no hugs, no handshakes, no fist bumps, no high fives. They will not be able to use their cubbies. They have to stay 3 feet apart from each other and 6 feet away from me. At 3 feet, students will need to wear masks at all time. There will be no mask breaks unless we go outside. There will be no snack time in the classroom either. Students will eat lunch by themselves 6 feet away from all their friends because masks will need to be off. They could be in the cafeteria or in the gym or in another classroom. They'll go to recess with their masks on. My line will now be 48 feet long. This is not even how long my line would be when traveling anywhere. My students will no longer get the services they need. There will be no Title I interventions because those teachers are being pulled to teach full classes. Our ELL students will not get the support they need either because our ELL teachers are being pulled to teach full classes. Our ed techs are also being pulled to cover classrooms. So they'll have the spillover, and they'll be in charge until the teacher can make it to their room. Some of us will be teaching students in class as well as remotely at the same time. Our entire curriculum will need to be redone to make sure all 3 groups remain on pace with each other. By requiring us to have a 4-day option, you have literally unraveled months and months of work. Countless hours have been carelessly thrown out the window, and rather than pitching in to help us figure out this conundrum that you created, you have told the school department that we would need to figure it out, even when we know this is not what is best for our kids. Please make a motion to get rid of the 4-day option for all our schools so we can go back safely.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Good evening. My name is Amy Heimerl. I live at 160 Woodbury Road in Auburn, and I teach 3rd grade at Park Avenue. I appreciate you taking the time to hear all of us out tonight. While I could stand up here and talk about how I feel about the lack of concern that you have shown for the safety of staff and students, the lack of space in the buildings, and the physical learning conditions that will be affected by the decision that was made on August 5th, I'm not here to do that. After a long team meeting today with a group of my colleagues, it became very apparent that there may be some profound legal issues that your vote has created. I do not think that any one of us here tonight would disagree when I say that we want all children in Auburn to have access to equal educational opportunities. However, those opportunities may look very different for our students who receive special education and ELL services. By law, in accordance with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, identified students must be provided with a free, appropriate public education, and this must be provided in conformity with a properly developed individualized education plan. These plans often include both pull-out services provided by special education teachers and in-class support services provided by either the special education teacher or educational technicians. As we are trying to plan for all 3 models of learning that have been put forward, these special education services, which are required by law, may be compromised. Ed techs may have to help cover the spillover rooms where students will be housed in our buildings because of the need for either 3-foot or 6-foot distancing requirements based on whichever option parents have chosen. Therefore, they may be unable to offer the support legally required by a student's IEP. Additionally, our ELL population falls into a similar category as our special education students. In the case of Lau versus Nichols, which was decided in 1974, the Supreme Court was posed with the question, does a school district violate the 14th Amendment or the Civil Rights Act of 1964 when it teaches exclusively in English and fails to provide non-English speaking students with any supplemental English language classes? The Supreme Court unanimously determined that the school system's failure to provide supplemental English language instruction to students of Chinese ancestry who spoke no English constitute a violation of the 14th Amendment and the Civil Rights Act because it deprived those students of an opportunity to participate in the public education program. As in the case of students receiving special education services, possibly being legally compromised with the choice the school committee has made, our ELL population may be legally compromised as well. The ELL teachers may not get to service their students as they should because they may be in spillover rooms to support, just as our ed techs are, or they may be offering support in general education settings, which will be wonderful, but it will not legally be providing those students with the education that they are entitled to. And so, I implore you to reconsider your decision from August 5th and approve the hybrid model that was originally proposed. Tonight, you are reconsidering the plan for the high school to go back to the hybrid model, and I think you should show the same consideration to the elementary and middle schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Hi, welcome.
Hello, my name is Crystal Hafner, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Park Avenue. I wanted to speak today about some of the questions our families and I myself have. Every year, we field a plethora of questions from families. Some of our students have never been to school or been to a daycare, so this is their first experience outside of their home. For many of our students, this is the first time they will be in a room all day where nobody speaks or understands their native language. Every year, parents are worried and anxious to send their babies to a foreign place for a full day. Our goal before school even starts, often during kindergarten orientation, is to make parents feel comfortable. We try to answer any and all questions that may rise. We tell parents if they wave goodbye outside the building and let us take their children in on those first few days, it sends a message to their child that they trust us. This year, looking through my notes and packets from past years, I'm unsure how to answer the majority of questions. We usually tell parents to make sure their child knows who their teacher is and how they're getting home. I can't answer those questions confidently myself at this point. The other questions we hear most often are, how will you keep my child safe? What if they're feeling overwhelmed? What if they're thirsty? Where will they eat? What services do my child have and how often and when? What's the best way to send a note to you? Who will my child be working with? What if they can't tie their shoe? What happens if they get sick or hurt at school? How does snack work? When can I start volunteering in the classroom? Do you have regular bathroom breaks throughout the day for the whole class? What supplies will you be providing and what do I need to buy? What does arrival and dismissal look like? What are the class sizes? Will it change? And now on top of those, we have additional questions particular to this unique situation. What if kids take their masks off and refuse to wear them? I'm getting in text messages daily. What if they overheat at recess with a mask on? When are they 6 feet versus 3 feet apart? What if a child refuses to take part in social distancing? How often are you sanitizing? Can they use the water fountain? When will iPads be ready? What happens if someone starts showing symptoms? Do I really have to take my child's temperature every morning? How are mask breaks going to work? What are you doing for social and emotional pieces, especially now that Park doesn't have social workers or guidance counselors? With the first day of school rapidly approaching, we need unified answers to these questions and more before the students are in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming with your comments. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Joshua Howe. I have 2 boys in the Auburn school system, one in 6th grade and one in the middle school. First, I'd like to thank the educators who worked so hard on the plan and a lot of the staff who spent a lot of time preparing the plan that was presented in front of you. I went back and listened to that meeting on August 5th, and I heard from you guys being thankful to be heard, to be asked, to be a part of that process, to build a plan, of which was just disregarded when you decided on that 4-day option. It was really disheartening to watch the end of that meeting. So you kept saying you wanted a 4-day week. You want that. Yeah, I want it. I want to go back when I can give hugs to the teachers that have come and spoke to you. I want to be able to shake the hands again. We can't have it right now because we're in the middle of a pandemic. We can't have that 4-day week. So you kept talking about, our low numbers here in Maine. Why do you think it is? Because we've taken it seriously. We've had precautions. Androscoggin, however, is second in the state in terms of cases per capita, just behind Cumberland County. So we have low numbers. We took it seriously. You're asking parents and teachers to dive into the water head first to see if the water's too shallow or not. The assistant superintendent said toward the end of that meeting, you didn't just add a 4-day option, you changed the entire plan. Changing it from 4 days meant 6 feet. 6 feet was out the window. 3 feet became the option. There are many parents and myself, we were nervous about the 6 feet option in 2 days, but we could take that. But now you're asking us to make that choice. We have to decide whether to accept that increased risk to our families or leave our jobs to do full remote or put our families at risk or to homeschool. So it's also, you're putting all of your staff, your administrators, your librarians, your food service at increased risk for that. So when you climb Everest, one of the things they have you do before you go is you pick a turnaround time. 11 o'clock, if you're not on the summit, you turn around. If you persist with this plan, what is your turnaround? At what point do you decide you're going to shut the schools down? Because is it one kid gets sick? Is it 10 kids that get sick? If 100 kids get sick, do you stay open? If 2 teachers get sick, is it 10% of your teaching staff get sick? Will you stay open? Is it 10% of your teachers at one school? Do you shut that school? Do you shut the district? Make those decisions now. If 1 teacher dies, if 10 kids die, at what point? What is that decision point? And there are real risks. We've been lucky here in Maine, and I think people don't realize that. They don't take it seriously because we haven't been heavily impacted. So I implore you to go back to the 2-day cohort with 6 feet spacing. If you want to look at that phased-in approach that was discussed and disregarded, please set those benchmarks, identify that, and go back to the 2-day.
Thank you very much for coming this evening.
Don't become an example of what not to do.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Celeste Daly, and I live at 18 Grandview Avenue. I'm a special education teacher with the district, and I proudly teach kindergarten through 3rd grade. Thank you for taking my comments tonight. Thank you, too, for adding to tonight's agenda an acknowledgement of the district's core values. It is the core value of courage that I want to talk with you tonight. That can be a difficult concept for my students sometimes. Oh, they know when a superhero shows courage, but they don't always know when they themselves show it. Tonight, I'm asking you to embody courage and revisit the 2-day hybrid plan that you rejected 2 weeks ago. It is true that the 2-day hybrid plan isn't perfect. It is true that the plan has challenges. But it is also true that the 2-day hybrid plan is the safest way at this point in time to get our kids back into school for the social, emotional, and academic pieces they so desperately need. This is because the hybrid plan would allow smaller groups of kids to be together, smaller cohorts or pods, allow 6 feet of social distancing for everyone, decrease the number of people in a building at any one time, allow students to take their masks off more frequently, allow them to eat in their rooms with their peers, allow more social distancing on buses, and a more normal bus schedule, all while teachers are providing meaningful educational benefit. The plan was beautifully presented to you by Michelle, Ryan, Melissa, and Shelley, but when you voted, you hadn't heard directly from the stakeholders about how this plan would impact our students in practice. But after last week's comments and tonight's, you will have a wealth of new information. And this is where our core value of courage comes in. I tell my kids that when they get new information, they can change their thinking. They can change their minds. You can change your mind. And that is precisely what I'm asking you to do tonight. Go back and review the 2-day hybrid plan in light of all the new information that you have now that you didn't have 2 weeks ago. I'm confident that if you do that, you will see that the 2-day hybrid plan is the safest way to get our kids back to school. Then take the vote again, and this time, vote to accept it. Be courageous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Erin Bro. I live at 225 South Main Street. I'm proud to be an Auburn teacher and parent, also alumni. I'm here tonight to express my disappointment in the decision by some members of this committee to disregard the original hybrid plan. I believe your decision is depriving our Auburn community of a successful school reopening. The school department presented a comprehensive and common sense plan that provided for structures and supports that students need while following widely accepted recommendations. Older students would have had the opportunity to readjust to being in a school environment and to practice new social norms while still feeling safe in smaller cohorts. Younger students and students with high academic needs would have received the more intensive in-person instruction they need to develop literacy, numeracy, and social skills. Smaller cohorts of students allowed us to ease back into learning, to determine what we could do safely, what processes and procedures would need to be adjusted, and how students would react to being back in school buildings. Teachers would have been better able to address both the academic and social emotional needs of our students. One of the most prominent arguments for getting students back into schools seems to be that our numbers in Maine are so low. Agreed. We have done a fantastic job. 6 feet and masks is now the new norm when we interact with others. But what those numbers don't always show, without further digging, is that our new Mainer and our other minority populations have been disproportionately affected. We cannot, in good conscience, ignore vulnerable groups of people just because our overall numbers have been low. Aren't we responsible for all of our students? Another talking point seems to be accusing educators of making decisions based in fear. That's a convenient narrative to put forth, but it doesn't add up. When I go to Hannaford and Auburn, 166 people are allowed in the building at a time. My doctor's offices either require me to wait in my car to be called in, or whisk me into an exam room within 5 minutes. Even in this building tonight, we're allowed a maximum of about 50 people. If our public spaces aren't allowing large numbers of people in, why are we considering it safe for our children? One point that seemed to influence this committee's decision on August 5th was the 3-foot distancing. The CDC recommends 6 feet. The American Academy of Pediatrics has put forth that a 3 to 6 foot distance is acceptable between elementary student desks with students wearing masks. Yet, the goal should be 6 feet. In addition, 6 feet is the recommendation for secondary students and all students on buses. In the August 5th meeting, one of you commented that figuring this out wasn't your lane. You're right about that. The school department was in their lane. We were driving safely toward our destination. Your decision effectively drove an 18-wheeler into our lane, and now we are caught in your draft. As a professional in my field, I'm expected to reflect and then act on best practice. My actions have a direct impact on my students. I encourage you to reflect and act on best practice here. I support getting students back into schools, all students. I encourage you to revisit the department's original hybrid plan, set a date for review. If students and staff remain healthy after a successful start, let's increase days. I want to teach your children. I want my children back in school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name's Heather Oinenen. I teach special education in Auburn, and I also am a mother of a daughter going into high school. Dear school board, last week I came in here and spoke to you as a mother and educator. I'd hoped you would understand why your decision was not appropriate or in the best interest of our students, the staff, and our community as a whole. Unfortunately, that message has seemed to be ignored. Today I'm going to do what I do best, educate. The school board and some of the public seems to be confused with the original plan and why teachers feel so strongly it was the appropriate choice. So here are some reasons and clarifications. The original plan lowered the number of students in the building at one time, thereby lowering the number in the classroom and general areas such as hallways, cafeterias, and on the bus. This lowered the risk of infection greatly. In addition, this would allow teachers to give attention to students who need more by having less numbers, thereby giving exceptional instruction and intervention for students. It would also allow teachers to deal with behaviors of students who may, as you pointed out, have dealt with trauma during our long-distance learning. On any average day in our schools, students become escalated and even violent. Having less students would allow teachers to have the ability to deal with the behavior before it became too violent or escalated and stay safe, address the trauma in the classroom, and have the students have a good experience. Make no mistake, putting more students in a classroom makes doing these things nearly or altogether impossible. Most importantly, putting students in a building and classroom means that there is a higher potential for cross-contamination and outbreaks. This is not an assumption, but fact. More people equals more risk. The CDC still requires that at all events over 50 be done outdoors. Schools, even with the original plan, would have hundreds of students. Teachers and staff merely want to lower the risk of having too many people in one space at one time. Other states have tried to have students in close proximity and have found that additional outbreaks happened. The CDC recently released information pointing to a huge increase in cases in children under the age of 18 and have said that it correlated to being out of quarantine and in groups with other children. This was during the summer when they were outdoors, not indoors, with limited space and ventilation, as there are in many of our school buildings, such as EL. In addition, the plan allowed cohorts to stay separate, thereby making outbreaks less likely and quarantining students when needed less difficult. Next, the original plan allowed for 4-day attendance for students deemed at risk or high needs, such as the behavior program, life skills, pre-K-2, and Frank and Merrill. This was done with the knowledge and understanding that these groups and students needed more in-person learning and time in school setting. We made this decision with a great deal of effort and thought into how it would work if we could do it safely. Adding in additional students makes these students and their families at additional risk. It also means that the school may have to close entirely and they would miss out on their much-needed learning.
Thank you, Mrs.
Lastly,
I'm sorry,
a lot of comments have been pointed at me and my fellow teachers and staff stating that we should be fired, that we don't want to work, and that we are essential workers who should not be saying anything.
None of those
This
comments
is not
came
the
from this
case.
committee. Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you
We
to
want the
please-
students and staff to be safe. We want to start with an actual plan that had a great deal of thought and consideration put into the safety in mind while meeting the needs of students. The school committee
So
is
at this
treating
point,
our
what you're
reentry
doing-
plan
No,
like
ma'am,
a
this is my
disengaged
meeting.
driver
Excuse me.
who
This is our
doesn't
school
wear
committee
a
meeting, and what
seatbelt.
you are doing is setting precedents that if I need to allow everyone to go over their 3 minutes, then I don't want to, but I can shut down public comment. I am interested in hearing what the people behind you have to say also, ma'am. Thank you.
Like you were going going through a red light without a belt, and that is not okay.
Thank you very much for your comments. Hi, welcome. I'm going to ask you to please appreciate the policy of sticking to 3 minutes. I do not want to shut public participation down. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Amelie Oininen. I go to EL as a freshman, and I live in Auburn. I will be speaking for myself and then for a man named Gary Herrick. Last time I discussed the fact that we need to go back to the hybrid plan to keep the community safe. And I still strongly believe that's true. So I'd like you to know how much your decision tonight can affect someone, how much it can affect me. Since my mom was a kid, she had bad asthma. And if she were to get corona, there is no way knowing if she would survive it. Even if she did, she would live with lifelong side effects that could prevent her from doing many things. And if she were to die, I would be taken out of the state, losing friends, and I'd live with my father, who I do not have a relationship with. But it's not just me that it will affect badly by COVID. There are plenty of families living paycheck to paycheck, barely making it. That would be a devastating effect. If they were to have to pay for the medical bills because someone in their family got sick, they might not be able to buy food for themselves and for their children. They might not have heat in their homes, and they might not be able to afford clothing. We must remember that there is more than just getting bodies in a building. These are lives that could be affected. And if we really want to talk about education, one thing I've learned that's important in history is you learn it so that you don't repeat the mistakes. Yet in Auburn, we are. History doesn't have to mean years. It can mean just a couple days ago. And multiple days ago, multiple schools have had outbreaks. When someone dies, you can't reverse it. When someone loses a person that they love, you can't reverse it. So I urge you to re-vote for the hybrid plan so that we have schools start in a safe way. All right, now I'll be speaking for Gary O'Herrick. Dear Auburn School Board members, I'm writing as an Auburn taxpayer and as an educator in the neighboring districts and as the spouse of an Auburn School Department teacher. My comments are my own and not of those of my wife. First, I wish to express appreciation for your work on behalf of our Auburn students. This is a challenging time for those who are making decisions that do not only impact students' education, but also the health, safety, and very lives of those who educate those students. I'd like to express my thoughts in regards to the comments and decisions made at the August 5th board meeting. Because my wife is a district employee, I am careful as when and whom I express my thoughts and concerns about her employer. Earlier in 2019 and 2020 school year, she was assaulted by a student and experienced significant physical injury. As her husband, it is more than difficult to observe her suffering, but also abstain from approaching the board at that time. Her physical and emotional well-being was significantly compromised while working in a setting that should be deemed as safe. As I watched the school board proceeding on August 5th, I became increasingly concerned and ultimately alarmed with what I observed. Seemingly, my vantage point, the tireless efforts of the administrator and educators were disregarded as the board made a decision that potentially imperils the health of both students and teachers. With the recent deaths of beloved relatives from COVID-19, our family was horribly reminded that the deadly virus is no respecters to people. A plan substantially different from that which we proposed, left many teachers increasingly concerned about their safety and that of their students. Succinctly, that they were left to figure it out as that is not the lane of the school board. I'm not suggesting that the board is not concerned about the health and safety of our Auburn students and teachers, but from my perspective, one might conclude that the board needs to reconsider the practicality and viability of the plan that does thoughtfully consider the needs of the teachers and the students that they serve. As a community, we need to work together as creating safe teaching and learning environment. Please reconsider the hybrid plan as we seek to implement a re-entry plan that meets our common goals. Thank you, Gary O'Herrick.
Thank you so much for coming. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Katie Byrne. I live in New Auburn and I teach English at Edward Little High School. I'm here to urge the committee to revisit and adopt the 2-3 hybrid model that was presented to the committee on August 5th. Like most of you, I'm sure, I have been doing a lot of reading on this subject. This is just one quote that I saw in a Boston Globe article on a study that found dividing students into groups and alternating them between in-person and remote learning may be substantially safer than bringing all students back simultaneously. The 2-3 model does exactly what the study is explaining is the safer way to reopen schools. Clearly, the teachers and administrators who worked on this plan did their research too. This is a well-thought-out plan. The school norms we will be implementing this fall will be more rigid, more precise, and will require more synchronized maneuvers than even most teachers and students could have ever dreamed of pre-COVID. As feet on the ground, as teachers, we will have a lot of new responsibilities, ones that I worry I am not able to do with 100% success rate with even half the population in the building, let alone more. We will be responsible for students maintaining a safe distance from one another in the hallways, waiting safely for the restroom, staying in their assigned seat for 4 60-minute periods in a row, and keeping their masks on the entire day, and keeping our masks on the entire day. We will be responsible for stopping friends from hugging, some friends who have not seen each other for half a year. Essentially, we are asking teens to go against every fiber of their being and asking them to social distance. I believe the social distance divide might even seem smaller from screen to screen in a Zoom class meeting, as opposed to catching a glimpse of your BFF, heading the opposite direction down the hallway, and knowing that you won't be able to sit next to her at lunch, or stop by her locker later to have a happy reunion. The teachers and administrators at EL are resilient, smart, and know how to create a sense of community that will foster civic thinking within the student body. I know we can do this. I know we can maintain these practices successfully, but one model makes it much easier for us to do that. I urge the school committee to revisit and vote to implement a 2-3 cohort model as originally presented to the school committee on August 5th. The 4-1 model can be waiting in the wings. Let's try the safer option first. And I still have time, so a word about remote learning. I just want to assure families out there that are concerned with the quality of remote learning. When we left school in March, we did not know we would be not coming back. We were thrown into an educational triage situation. The good news is, though, that educators all across the United States, including Auburn, Maine, have been using our time learning as much about and streamlining our use of teaching technology to ensure that remote learning is at the pinnacle of its existence at this period in time. We will not disappoint you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The phone has died.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
I live on Rodmar Road in Minot, and I'm a teacher at Park Avenue. My name is Abby Skelton. I want to thank you for the many hours you have spent working to create a way that gets our kids back to school. We all know that this is good for children, families, and the community. And I came tonight to speak on behalf of our youngest learners, because they need an advocate due to how they will be affected by the plan you voted on. The plan fails to take into account the detrimental effects of having students be 3 feet apart in classrooms instead of 6. Making classrooms be at maximum capacity with students 3 feet apart creates an impossible choice between meeting the guidelines and meeting the practical needs of every child. The plan fails to take into account that children need mask breaks throughout their day. I have been watching these committee meetings for weeks where some committee members choose not to wear a mask, and they can choose not to do so because they are 6 feet apart from their colleagues. A safe choice that we are denying our own children. Instead, the new plan requires them to wear their masks in the classroom without breaks because they will only be 3 feet apart. Think about what that will be like for them. The plan fails to take into account the logistical nightmare of eating breakfast, lunch, and snack at school because kids will need to be 6 feet apart for this. The plan fails to allow teachers to carry out many other everyday school activities safely and effectively. Cohorts will be mixing together in congested hallways, at recess, on buses. Indoor recesses will not allow for the kind of break that children need. When a child needs a break from an activity or from his seat, there will not be areas in the classroom for different options or for sensory breaks. Some students will frustratingly not be able to see the whiteboard, the screen, or charts if their desk happens to be along the same wall. Most of our teaching requires that all students be able to see what we are showing them, but putting students in at the maximum capacity with a 3-foot distance between them means that this will be their daily reality. The committee fails to take into account that our children will be sitting in the same spot all day long. The plan does not allow for developmentally appropriate learning opportunities when there is not space for them to move about the room. This is not acceptable or tolerable for our youngest learners. The costs to their social and emotional health are too great. I don't want this reality for my own 5- and 7-year-old, and I know you don't want it for your own children either. It is not reasonable to tell us to figure it out when the school department already had a plan to meet these needs, and they are needs. So I implore you to reconsider your decision to choose teachers. We all want what is best for kids, and we want to do it safely and effectively. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Becca Massey. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Park Avenue. First, I wanted to acknowledge that I truly believe we are all here for the same reason, to do what we know to be best for kids. And I also truly believe that we all feel that we are advocating for just that. Despite our differences in opinion, I wanted to thank you for the work that you are doing for the kids in our city, because they deserve it. As a kindergarten teacher, I was going to have all of my students for 4 days from the onset of the planning, because we know that in-person learning is most crucial for our youngest learners. I was going to have to split my students into 2 settings, which would have proven to be an adventure, but if you've ever experienced the beginning of kindergarten, you know it's an adventure anyway, so I was up for it. However, what was going to be an adventure is turning into a nightmare. Any of my students will tell you that my #1 job is to keep them safe. When I explain a fire drill to them, it's to keep them safe. When I explain a lockdown or a room clear, it's to keep them safe. When I explain why we don't stand on chairs or lick the walls, it's to keep them safe. And yes, I really do have to explain that we don't lick the walls every year. There are now new things for me to explain being added to the list this year. Masks, extra hand washing, social distancing, eating in our classroom as long as the numbers allow for it, and so much more. When I explain something that could be perceived as scary to a 4 or 5-year-old, I try my best to spin it in a positive way. With the 2-day hybrid plan, I was finding ways I could spin things. You have to wear a mask that makes you feel like you can't breathe, but don't worry, we'll have mask breaks. We can't be close to our friends. It's okay though, we will work hard to learn about each other and become family anyway. We have to stay in one spot, but don't worry, I've made it so you have some wiggle room. We have to eat in our classroom, but it will be just like a picnic, and I'll read our favorite stories while you eat. These are the things I was ready to say to my kids, and I do call them my kids once they are on my list and forevermore, because of the time we spend together and the bonds that are formed. However, because of the addition of the 4-day plan and the choice provided to families, it is far more challenging for me to know what to say. As of 9 o'clock this morning, kindergarten at my school will be able to have kids 6 feet apart, allowing for mask breaks and eating in the classroom. However, the inevitable addition of just a few children eliminates those options for them. None of the other grades at my school, with students attending 4 days, will be able to provide these opportunities for their students. I am not afraid to go back to school. In fact, I can't wait. But with this 4-day plan, we as teachers cannot confidently do our number one job, keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Hi, welcome.
My name is Heather Hill. I have 2 boys that go to school. One is at AMS this year and one's at Sherwood Heights. I hope you don't mind if I borrow this. This is what I saw when I walked into your building today. It says, "Thank you for practicing social distancing 6 feet." This is what we practice in all the agencies all across our town right now. Our city, however, is 6 feet apart. You go into the grocery store, you're 6 feet apart. You go into any bank, restaurant, whatever, you're practicing 6 feet apart in a mask. The NBA, the NHL, the FDA, all of these agencies that protect us and have helped us with all our lives, they're doing that right now, 6 feet apart. The plan that the teachers made was going to make that happen. That's what the CDC is recommending, that people are 6 feet apart right now. It's not just 3 letters that you just throw out there. It's actually the Center for Disease Control. I think we're getting lost in the abbreviations. I think we really need to think about that. What is the Center for Disease Control? The Center for Disease Control, it makes vaccines and medications, and it protects us from spreading disease and viruses and all kinds of things that I probably don't even know about. It helps us be healthier. It's a known fact to all of you that that's what the Center for Disease Control has done for us over the years, many years. Because of them, we don't have polio, and we don't get those things anymore because we're vaccinated for it. So I'm just wondering why it's okay for us to practice social distancing with 6 feet and have these signs in every place around town, but we're not going to do it in our school. That doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't compute. I just want you to all think about that. Because everywhere else, that's what we're doing, 6 feet apart. But in our schools, we're only going to do 3 now? That doesn't make any sense. Let's keep our kids safe. Let's also screen kids before they come to school, and teachers, and whoever. Keep our kids safe. We don't want to change, the way that everything is happening so quickly. We need to see what's been done, even by all of you, or is maybe supposed to be being done by all of you. That's what your sign says anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marissa Morrow, teacher and resident of Auburn, but I'm going to be reading on behalf of Hazel Harrington. I'm writing to express my concern about offering 3 options for opening schools in Auburn. I have been teaching in Auburn for over 30 years and have given so much of my life to the Auburn School Department. I would love to go back to school 5 days a week and have things return to normal. Believe it or not, teachers miss their students. We want to see them in person, hug them, and know they are okay. However, that is not an option. In light of this virus that spreads easily, keeping students and staff members safe needs to be the biggest consideration in our re-entry plan. Squeezing students into every nook and cranny is not going to be healthy for anyone. Also, when I put 18 desks in my room 3 feet apart, there isn't room for me to be in there if I have to stay 6 feet from students. I really don't see how we will be in compliance with the CDC guidelines, which are there to keep us safe. Another drawback to offering a 4-day, 2-day, and remote option is that it is going to send schools into complete chaos. Teachers will not be at their best as we are asked to teach grades they have never taught, and students will be placed in classrooms based on numbers and space instead of creating positive learning environments. When schools are able to return to normal, teachers and students will have to be shifted mid-year. With the 2-day option, students will be in their class and stay there even when we are able to return to school. Their teacher won't change. Their academic studies will go on without a hiccup. With the way schools will have to move teachers around to accommodate the 3 plans, there will need to be big shifts when we return to normal. I'm also a mother of 2 school-aged children. I am thankful that their school district is offering a 2-day hybrid model to keep them safe. It would be easier on me if they went back to school full-time. Like all other parents, I have the same struggles with them being out of school the other 3 days each week. However, keeping them safe is the most important thing right now. I can't look for the easy option. I have to find the safest option. With these points in mind, I am urging you to think of the health of students and staff before going forward with 3 options. If we can do this safely, we can hopefully be in school longer instead of everyone ending up remote. Please do what is best for the students and staff and not what is easiest for parents, and follow the recommended plan that was presented to you by the administration and teachers. Sincerely, Hazel Harrington.
Thank you so much. Hi, welcome.
Hello, my name is Lucy Coaches. I teach at Auburn Middle School. So I just had a question. When will it end? It's not a rhetorical question. Teachers, staff, ed techs, we're always picking up the pieces. When the school committee cuts funding for building improvements, teachers carry on in facilities that are less than adequate. School committee cuts funding for teachers and ed tech positions, we're forced to make do with inadequate staffing. School committee cuts funding for curriculum and supplies. Again, we make do, and then we deal with the backlash when you, the school committee, don't like our test scores. So here we are again. Experts in the field of education and disease control spend months working on an exceptional plan to allow students back to school with a hybrid model. And you, the school committee, at the last minute say, nah, we don't like it, try again. And force parents to make important decisions with limited information and very little time to think about it. So, could one of you please tell me, when does it end? When do you realize that teachers and staff know what we're doing? We are the experts here. And since I have a few minutes left, on a side note, I've been receiving texts from my son saying that it looks like some of the people on the school board are really bored and don't care about what we have to say. So just remember that we're all on TV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. Forgive me if I speak quickly. I want to make sure I get through all my remarks. I'm Pamela Albert. I have a sophomore at EL, a 7th grader at AMS. I'm on the building committee. I'm on the health and safety reopening subcommittee, and I'm also an epidemiologist at USM and the Maine CDC. I previously shared my concerns with all of you via email regarding the addition of the 4-day cohort and have a couple more points to add this evening. As I pointed out in my email, the Maine DOE and CDC public health guidelines for school reopening indicate in the section on physical distancing, specifically page 6, quote, schools should aim for 6 feet of distance between individuals where feasible. At the same time, a minimum physical distance of 3 feet between students is adequate. when combined with the other measures outlined in the document, including the use of masks, stable cohorts, screening, and hand hygiene. Also on page 4 of in the same document, quote, adult students and staff should adhere to 6 feet of distancing as much as possible given their higher susceptibility of COVID-19, end quote. The guidelines clearly indicate that 6-foot distancing is preferable and should be maximized wherever possible, specifically among older students and staff, especially where new research has demonstrated children ages 10 to 20 are capable of spreading the virus as easily as adults. The guidance indicates that 3-foot distancing is a minimum and only adequate when combined with all other precautions, which begs the questions, are we truly meeting all other health and safety precautions, specifically stable cohorts, to warrant 3 feet distancing in our buildings? Why would we even consider 3-foot distancing at EL and AMS when the guidance clearly indicates older students and staff maintain 6-foot distancing? And if health and safety is truly our district's #1 priority, then why would guidelines that are the minimum and only adequate be good enough for our staff and students? To me, this is not prioritizing. In addition, the guidelines require stable cohorts as recommended by both the US CDC and Maine CDC and are required per the Maine DOE reopening guidelines when less than 6-foot distances can be maintained. From an epidemiological standpoint, the purpose of separating students into stable cohorts is to ensure the safe physical distancing of people while in the building in order to limit the amount of exposure between individuals. Simply put, less people equals less interaction, less exposure equals less decreased potential viral transmission. Stable cohorts also allow for easier contact tracing when a case is identified and fewer student staff who potentially need to be quarantined. The logistics of having both 2-day and 4-day cohorts of students in the same building while keeping them physically separated are staggeringly complex, especially when it comes to busing and recess. With the current plan, both cohorts would commingle on the bus and on the playground in the lower grades. At EL, the cohorts would commingle as they enter and exit the building, switching between classes in the hallways, and potentially within the same flex periods in the same classroom, which would entirely negate the safety measures stable cohorts provide. Nor does it meet the requirements for the Maine DOE reopening guidelines, which is unacceptable. I ask you to take all of this into consideration when you discuss removing the 4-day option at EL this evening and encourage you to reconsider the 4-day option for grades 3 through 8 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, welcome.
Hi. I am Bethany Kutara. I live on Old Danville Road, and I have children at Sherwood Heights and starting Auburn Middle School. I was hoping to try something a little different, but I'm a little scared of that timer, so bear with me. I'm going to try to stay with it. There's some really amazing speeches that have been presented tonight, and we're hearing a lot of the same things, so I want to try to not repeat or beat a dead horse. I did want to say welcome to Dr. Brown. I can't imagine coming into a school system being hired in the middle of the shutdown and not really getting a chance to see the schools when they were open. I wanted to say thank you to Michelle, Pam, and Karen for replying to my email. And I had some questions. So I don't know if you're comfortable with a show of hands or if you want to answer them later when I'm done. I don't know how that works with the 3 minutes, but I was wondering, now that we have mostly final numbers, and percentages, have you or will you be able to look at each school at the numbers individually? I know we saw the numbers for the district as a whole last week or the week before.
Are you asking in regards to the family survey that went out, the parent survey?
Yes, the number of hybrid 4-day, 2-day.
We do have that data.
Okay. And I wanted to ask, I know specifically Brian Carrier mentioned a couple of times on the 5th that we really need to know what the numbers are, and I think many people agreed with him. We need to know the numbers because we knew that a lot of people were thinking of going remote or not returning or moving, and that was a really great question. So I'm wondering, now that we've seen the numbers, what numbers or percentages were you hoping would choose remote in order to make it safe enough to return? Are we at those numbers at all of the different schools?
I think I would specifically answer that question by continuing to turn to our superintendent, who is the
Meeting
voice
with
and the
all the
person in the
schools.
school, and continuously asking, is this feasible? Which I've turned to her and asked her, I ask her every day,
Yes,
does this
you have
continue to be feasible?
Okay. And Karen, I also wanted to thank you for originally voting for the 2-day hybrid. And I understand you probably made the best choice that you could as a leader of a deadlocked committee in that incredibly long meeting that you all sat through. I appreciate all of your hard work, whether or not we agree on what is the best plan. I was also wondering, most of you are assigned to a ward, so I don't mean to call out anyone individually, but I don't know where Faith, which ward you're at, because you're at large, or Brian, you're Ward 4, I guess. So I'm wondering which elementary schools you might be familiar with. And do any of you still have children who are still in pre-K through 6th grade, or are they mostly middle school, high school? Has anyone ever or recently been inside, for example, Sherwood Heights Elementary School during a regular school day? Because I think as a committee, oh, there's the timer, I'll just finish up. It's so difficult to know everything about all the different schools. So you guys are looking to the committees to help you with that. And I wanted to share a little math that I did for Sherwood Heights because I am a math geek like that. And with only 12% approximately choosing fully remote, when we added the 4-day option for grades 3 through 6 and also added the 2-day option for pre-K through 2, Sherwood added more than 50 students every day. So they now have to fit 272 students in the building, plus 85 doing remote every single day. That's all the 4-day students and half of the 2-day students every day. They have one nurse, they have one amazing secretary, and they have one principal. So I'm really hoping that we can give them the support that they're gonna need in order to make this plan work if we go forward with it. Because with 3-foot distance, the kids can't even get up to go to the bathroom. If someone that's furthest from the door needs to go to the bathroom, is the whole row going to file out to let them pass and file back in? So I beg you to please reconsider. And not start right off the bat with the 4 days and look at adding it later if we can. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Hi, welcome.
Hello. My name is Leslie Ogilvie. I live on Gamage Avenue, and I have 2 children at Park Avenue. So since March, I have also been working at home, and like many parents, I went from working full-time in an office to managing my own assignments as well as their school day. As the new school year was approaching, I was excited to think that my children could actually return to school. This was because of our low positivity rates here in Maine due to the excellent work of our mayor and our reopening plan. I felt assured that our schools would also come up with a good plan. I was happy with my kids' in-person designations from the original plan, and I thought it was a plan that I could support. I missed the school committee meeting on August 5th, but I tuned in last week. I was dismayed to learn that suddenly the initial plan was suddenly scrapped, and suddenly I had more questions than answers. And to top it all off, as I viewed the committee meeting, not many of you were wearing masks as you were talking about the public safety of my children. I'm disappointed in those school committee members here that are disregarding this public health recommendation and not wearing a mask. You should want to model the behavior that you're asking our children to do. And I thank those of you that are wearing a mask tonight. Since my viewing of the school committee meeting last week, my husband and I have determined that the best option for my children is to do remote learning. This is not what I want to do, but the actions of the school committee have made me feel that I have no choice. With this decision, I acknowledge my own privilege to even make it. I can work from home. I have family here that I can lean on if I need to. Others do not have these options, and they look to their local leadership for sound decision-making that is transparent, supported by a majority of the key stakeholders like your schools, teachers, administration, and bus drivers, and that is collaborative with community partners so that you can figure out the childcare needs of parents that need it. This time could have been an opportunity to enhance connections between family, schools, and the community. Instead, it feels as if decisions are being made haphazardly, on the fly, and without any information that parents can use to make their own informed decision-making. I urge you to do better moving forward. I urge you to reconsider the hybrid model that was the initial plan and supported by your stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Hi. Oh,
Hi.
sorry, Bree.
It's just me. You're not hearing from me, though. You've heard enough from me. I'm actually going to read a statement from our other AEA vice president, who is also the guidance counselor at Sherwood Heights. She cannot be here tonight because she has an immunocompromised situation, so I'm going to read her statement for her. As a school counselor in Auburn, I ask students to consider the choices that will make life better for themselves, for the people around them, and for their community. We talk about the need to identify problems and come up with workable solutions for everyone who might be affected by actions taken, working collaboratively and prioritizing what matters the most is part of the decision-making process. The plan that the school reopening committee carefully put together did just that. The committee closely examined potential outcomes. It identified the need to follow DOE guidelines in ensuring safety of students and staff. Knowledge and experience was applied to each aspect of the plan so that learning and safety could both be respected. Teachers and other staff embrace learning. It is why they do what they do. I continually hear how eager they are to teach students in a safe environment for all. But when safety is called into question, as it is with the transportation, lunch procedures, and other spacing and hygiene concerns in the current plan, other goals are called into question as well. Ignoring the work on the committee seems counterproductive to the difficult process we, as an educational community, are going through. It is vital that we all work together for the safety of our Auburn children, families, and educators listening to the voices and their views. With that imperative, I implore the school committee to reconsider its earlier vote. Thank you. And while I have just a minute, I do want to, I think we often talk about staff. I want to thank our amazing admin who tirelessly have been working. We've heard it from all our buildings, how hard that their jobs are as well. And so we're also thinking of them when we come up with this. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hi. Actually, you've participated in public participation already this evening. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm reading on behalf of somebody else. We've had other people that have done the same thing.
Yeah, actually, I'm over this way. I'm the
Sorry, everything echoes. You can't figure out where the voices are coming from. It's even worse when you're out there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This is also on behalf of somebody that could not be here, obviously.
Can you let us know who that person is ahead of time, please?
Yes, it's coming.
My name is Catherine LaRiviere, and I'm an Auburn Middle School teacher. I want to share with you how your decision affects the 50-plus teachers and support staff and 520-plus students at the middle school level. As a 20-year veteran teacher, and with a large amount of tools in my tool belt to help figure out the 4-day option, there are things that no matter how much ingenuity you have, you cannot alleviate the impact that the 4-day plan has on our middle school students. By adding the 4-day plan, it is important that the school committee understand that it is not as easy as making another group of students or adding a few more days. I would like to address the very things the committee strongly values as essential components for student success: relationship building, quality instruction, and mental health that will be lost to the logistics of the 4-day plan. As a teacher, my focus has always been to build relationships with my students and help them learn and grow to become advocates for themselves in a safe environment where they can make mistakes and have success that will help to shape who they are as a person. The 2-day hybrid plan allows us to keep and build on the existing relationships teachers have had for a majority of our 8th grade students. Students know what to expect from their team, their teammates, and their teachers. By moving teams and peer groups, the learning of students' needs starts all over again, causing an already stressful situation during this global pandemic to become overwhelming. For our upcoming 7th graders, students were already assigned to their teams. They knew what friends they might be able to connect with and what teachers they would have. Students were placed on teams in a thoughtful process with previous teacher recommendations and students' needs in mind. Sorry, I have a 7th grader and an 8th grader, so this really hits home for me.
Sure.
Within the 4-day plan, it is impossible for our current teams to continue the structure we have established for our students. We will have to separate the existing teams, placing students into different cohorts based on the 4-day, 2-day, or remote plan, and then separate existing team teachers to teach in one of these 3 groups. As a teacher, I have spent years honing my craft to deliver quality instruction to my students. I spend time throughout the year and many summer hours learning new strategy, creating engaging content, and adjusting my lessons and assessments to meet not only the school and state expectations, but my own. The 2-day hybrid model will lessen the impact on educators and their ability to provide a quality education to their students. With school starting in 3 weeks, though admin has been working tirelessly to determine teacher and student placement for the 4-day plan, teachers have no idea what students they will have, what content they will teach, or even what grade level they will be teaching depending on their certification. Once school begins, we will have very limited time, if any, to get to know our students, their strengths and needs, and even less time to tailor lessons to engage these students. And the majority of the students the teachers spent time learning about will now be changed as one teacher cannot teach all 3 plans at once. In the effort to implement the 4-day plan, teachers are being asked to be flexible in teaching their own and/or other content areas. Each content area comes with its own standards, routines, experience, and knowledge base that helps make a teacher effective for students. As experts in our content, we can reflect and adjust more easily to meet the needs and propel them into higher level thinking. With the content is unfamiliar, it takes longer to provide effective quality instruction that our students deserve. It is my hope that you will reconsider your 4-day plan and allow the teachers and students the time to continue to build a safe, strong 2-day hybrid plan. Please focus your decision-making on promoting the least disruptive learning environment for all of our students while following the CDC guidelines during this stressful time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Sean Rice. I live at 235 Lake Street. I'm a fine arts department chair at Edward Little High School. But more importantly, perhaps, I am the father of a 9-year-old rising 4th grader at Park Ave Elementary. First, I would like to thank all of the courageous individuals who took the time to speak before I was able to. They very eloquently and powerfully made an argument that I hope asks you to reconsider choices that have been made on August 5th. I'm here tonight to express my disappointment for what I would consider the reckless and short-sighted attempt to add a 4-day school option for children and families. You are well aware that the state required a comprehensive, collaborative planning team to design the safest plan for school reopening according to its framework. The Auburn School Department stepped up to this mammoth challenge by assembling an impressive task force with which to present to you a very well thought out proposal. Countless hours and resources were spent debating many options and weighing public health risks. Yet despite this, and despite a recent history of seemingly public distrust in the Auburn School Committee, many of the members of this body opted to ignore the recommendations of school nurses, to ignore the recommendations of administrators, educators, representatives from our transportation department, food services, local emergency responders, and local and community health experts in favor of a plan that was hatched to fulfill needs that failed to properly prioritize the importance of public health and safety. I consider the safety of my classroom just as important as I do access to education for the learners within it. It was already difficult to foresee how teachers would guarantee the safety of our students in any return to school model, never mind at full classroom capacity. And I fault the DOE for ignoring state and federal CDC recommendations for 6-foot minimum spacing. However, I commended the Auburn School Department Health and Safety Reentry Committee and caring administrators for planning to adhere to that minimum in their original reopening proposal. Instead, the Auburn School Committee amended an addition to that plan that failed to comply or account for the state's requirements to make such proposals, and one that put students and staff at risk. The public was assured that the school committee was committed to following the DOE guidelines for safe reopening. This was immediately negated through your actions to add a plan which was not first vetted by the stakeholders I mentioned previously. The public was also assured that the school committee was committed to following CDC safety and health guidelines in its reopening plan. This too was inaccurate. The school committee's vote to add a 4th day option blatantly ignores CDC recommendations to maintain 6-foot distancing in almost every publication, among other health and safety guidelines. The public has been misled at whose expense? The safety of our students, staff, and families in all contexts, but particularly in the context of a global pandemic, must be our absolute first priority. If an outbreak occurs at one of our schools, will the Auburn School Committee be willing to say that we exceeded the standards given to us to meet safety and health guidelines for our students? Because I know we wouldn't accept of our students to partially meet those standards. We would work together to meet and eventually exceed them. I urge you to please rescind the 4-day option for all schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Can I ask as a comment to something that Mr. Rice referred to, and ignoring the guidelines? I think I'm going to turn to you, Superintendent Brown, and ask, are we ignoring guidelines?
No, we're not ignoring guidelines. As previously discussed, the CDC has said that the 3 to 6 foot distancing is adequate. So that is not ignoring guidelines.
Okay, and I've also heard, again, I want to make sure that I'm clear in this in my mind, that hours of work have been spent on a plan, and the specific question, the specific idea that we have taken the plan and just completely thrown it out the window. Can you comment specifically to that? As far as, I would say, have we taken the entire plan and thrown it out the window?
My understanding of the school committee's actions on August 5th is that you added to the options for families. You added to the K2 options. Previously, that was a 4-day option and remote, am I on? And a remote option, and you extended the 2-day cohort model to them. And to students in grades 3 to 12, you added an option to have a 4-day model. That's my understanding of what your actions were on August 5th.
Assistant Superintendent McClellan, can I also ask you, when I'm looking at, and I know you've worked hard on a plan, and I hope you don't mind me asking you this right now, but when you worked again on the plan this morning, is the plan still a living document that exists as far as the physical and safety piece, the social emotional pieces? Are those pieces of the plan all still there?
We're still working within that framework. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
May I just say one thing, and it'll be very quick. Published by the governor and Commissioner Macon was the framework for returning to classroom instruction. It encouraged school districts to come up with 3 options. One was a return to in-classroom instruction for all students, a hybrid, and a fully remote plan.
So 3 plans.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi. Welcome this evening.
Thank you. My name is Diana Carson. I'm a teacher at AMS, and my children are students at EL. A month ago, I went to my classroom at AMS to prepare for this fall. I removed all of my comfy reading chairs and carpet. I moved the student desk 6 feet apart with an aisle down the center, which would allow me to move through the center of my room and still keep a 6-foot distance from my students. I felt as if it was a safe place for me and my looping 8th graders. I knew exactly what they could do based on their performance at the end of 7th grade and was ready to start in with a rigorous curriculum for my English and social studies classes from week 1. The 2-day hybrid plan was workable for the first month of school. It would allow us to follow the national CDC guidelines of keeping students 6 feet apart, to quarantine small pods of students in case a child or teacher came down with COVID, and to alleviate the anxiety of teachers who are worried about their own health or the health of their family members. But now everything has changed. The ability to loop with my students is gone. They will be moved to different parts of the school because the 4-day hybrid model was added. The majority of teachers at AMS will have to pack up and move everything in their room next week as teams are rebuilt. If I will be teaching the 4-day option, I will no longer be able to move through my room because with more desks squeezed in so that students are only 3 feet apart, I can't maintain the 6-foot mandatory distance for teachers. I will be relegated to standing in a square in the front of my room. I don't even know if I'll be teaching 8th grade English and social studies this fall, even though I planned for it all summer, because with 3 different options, everything has changed. And all of this confusion is a direct result of this school committee's lack of forethought in adding a 4-day hybrid choice, dumping the responsibility for figuring out how it will work on building principals and staff. I want parents to understand what school will look like this fall at AMS. The teachers your child was assigned to will probably not be the ones who will teach your student. Their friends will probably be on different teams. Students will not be able to visit with their friends on other teams, and the classrooms will be crowded. Students will sit with their masks on, working on their laptops all day long. Their teachers will come to them to teach the next subject instead of the students moving through the hallways. Some students will take their masks off to eat lunch 6 feet apart at their seats in the classroom, while the 4-day students will sit by themselves at tables in the cafeteria or gym. Students will be able to leave their seats to use the bathroom, where only 1 student will be allowed in at a time. And at recess, students will be mandated to stand 14 feet away from each other when their masks are off. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and things cannot go back to normal no matter how much we want them to. You need to be honest with parents. You have now lost the ability to contain an outbreak in our school buildings by allowing 2-day students to ride the buses with 4-day students. You cannot guarantee that students are coming to school healthy when you rely on parents to ensure temperature screenings are done daily prior to school. You have failed to proactively have a reliable substitute pool to go to when an outbreak occurs. We have no subs. This school committee needs to figure out a way to clean up the mess that they've made with their 4-day hybrid plan option. I suggest you take this issue up again and answer the questions we have put to you tonight.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Chris Schiffelli. We live at 68 Conant Avenue, and my daughter Daphne goes to Park Avenue. She'll be a 5th grader this year. The first thing I wanted to do is start off on a question about transportation that I'm not sure if I've really gotten a grasp on, and I think you might be able to, Adam, could you help me out with this? Is it true that the 4-day and the 2-day kids could be on the same bus at the same time? And will there be any screening done by anybody when those kids get on? Or will we assume that they've all passed their health check at home?
So I'm going to defer that comment to the recommendation of I believe, the American Academy of Pediatrics. What is their recommendation on screenings?
So the recommendation is that parents are asked to fill out a checklist for students at home, and that would include temperature checks, fever. Michelle, I'm going to look to you for the other 2 items. There's a checklist, and I don't remember what the other pieces of that are.
And I should, because I've looked at it so much. They're just symptoms of, typical symptoms of COVID, and if they've been exposed to other people who have symptoms of COVID.
Right, sore throat, fever,
Right.
runny nose, temperature.
But those would be checked once they got to school?
No, it hasn't recommended that that we ask parents to check that at home. That was part of the original plan.
Okay. One of the things that, and again, I had some prepared remarks, but when an actual epidemiologist actually came in and we had an expert say that this plan wasn't scientifically sound, I think we do need to listen. Some of the things that she was talking about how 10-year-olds to 19-year-olds are showing the same exact ability to transmit the virus to people, it really screams to me that we have to reconsider. And the fact that children under the age of 10, we don't know why they don't. It's a really, really important consideration that we're making, that just because we can't prove something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'd also like to look from a perspective, too, that many of the studies that we're using have come from places that already had lockdowns. And so schools opening was something that was a higher priority rather than opening a restaurant or a business. And that's a really important distinction to make. I think we have to be considerate of also the fact that we may not have enough testing to go around. I don't think that's been adequately discussed for me. And the other part too is I see I'm running out of time. As a teacher at a different school, I've gotten my head around 2 days and 2 days with kids. I can see that, and I can understand, and I'm going to deliver something that's going to be useful to them. I've had to still make hard decisions about what curriculum I'm going to offer, though. And I think we really do have to make those considerations that if we have four-day and 2-day kids in there, it's going to be incredibly difficult for these teachers to adequately do something that's conducive to our children's learning. And I only have 3 seconds. Mr. Simpson, thank you very much for your mask. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your
Thanks.
comments. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Selena Gothier. I'm a resident of Auburn. I live at 1656 Parental Road. My daughter is here with me. Her name is Brooke. She wanted to come in and be a part of this decision-making process, seeing as how it's going to affect her come fall. I want to start off with saying thank you for the 4-day option. As an employee at a pediatrics practice, and I work with my coworkers have children that also attend Auburn schools. They were delighted with the 4-day-a-week option. We're going to work 5 days a week, and we're coming home from work, and we're taking care of our kids after that, and we're trying to help them with remote learning. So, as you know, there's multiple challenges, multiple things we're juggling with every day. From what I've heard this evening, I've heard a lot of people say that this is a reckless plan, and I would respectfully disagree with that. I mean, I believe even one teacher said that they were an expert, which I would disagree with that as well. I don't think any of us are experts when it comes to COVID-19. I believe there's a lot of studies out there, and you could take a bunch of literature and you could use it to persuade any type of conversation you wanted to have. But I do know this, I do know that teachers are an essential part of this community. I'm considered essential, and I don't even do half of what they do in a day. I know all of our kids benefit from having the schools in our communities. The pediatric practice I work at goes by the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines. The AAP is recommending that all kids return to school come fall. They're also saying the suicide rates and the behavioral rates have increased dramatically in this community with school being out of session. And I just wanted to read this excerpt really quick. Everybody was quoting the CDC guidelines, and I think it's important that this be said. Schools are an important part of the infrastructure of our communities as they provide safe, supportive learning environments for students, employ teachers and other staff, and enable parents, guardians, and caregivers to work. Schools also provide critical services that help meet the needs of children and families, especially those who are disadvantaged, through supporting the development of social and emotional skills, creating a safe environment for learning, identifying and addressing neglect and abuse, fulfilling nutritional needs, and facilitating physical activity. School closure disrupts the delivery of in-person instruction and critical services to children and families, which has negative individual and societal ramifications. So what we're seeing in this community is high depression rates. We're seeing a lot of behavioral challenges parents are having. We're seeing increase in abuse. So it goes on to say that reopening schools creates the opportunity to invest in our children's education. I'm asking all of these teachers here to invest in our children. I go to work. Her father goes to work every day. We're a healthy household. We've been lucky. We've been fortunate. We haven't tested negative, but we're also 62 days at my work with negative COVID tests, which again tells me that in this community, the COVID rates are going down.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Hi.
Hello. I just wanted to say that in the spring when the whole pandemic started, I thought it was going to be great. It was going to be a little bit more flexible, but then things went downwards. Things started getting complicated. My social life was ruined. I didn't get to talk to my friends as much, even though we had Zoom meetings and things like that, but it did not work out. I myself do struggle with emotions. And I have to say that I would rather want to go back 4 days a week than have to be stuck at home. Yeah. So, and also, like, I know some kids that go to Auburn, they depend on going to school. It's a break from households. I can honestly say that because I have seen it before. For some kids, it's a real struggle, so school is like a safe haven. And then I was also told this past year, I'm going into AMS this year. I was in Walton Elementary originally. I was told that to get into a college, to make a living, you have to go to college. And now they're telling me that I can't go to school, which means I can't get an education, which means that I can't go to college. So now they're basically totally against that, and I don't find that really fair that they're telling us that we have to do one thing and then making it a complete another thing. I guess that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much for coming. Hi, welcome.
Hi there. My name is Virginia Durrani, and I am a resident of Auburn at 85 Nottingham Road. I am here to speak with all of you tonight, and I know that I've sent a few emails sharing some of my concerns. But as I've listened tonight to many courageous voices speaking, I had a question that I was really curious about and felt the need to ask. And the question is, how do we define, or what do we perceive as genuine, equitable parental choice? I've heard a lot, and I've really appreciated the idea of asking parents' voice to come to the table and share their ideas about what they want for their children. And as a parent, I really appreciated that. But in order for me to actually make a choice, it's necessary to have the data and the research in front of me so that I am making an informed choice, which is something I have taught my children to do the research around anything they're exploring and trying to navigate before they just randomly go down a road that they're not unsure of. We as parents were given a very quick survey with only information on one choice, which was the hybrid model, because that was the model that was presented on. I felt pretty comfortable understanding that choice. The 4-day choice didn't give me any information, and I have a 6- and an 8-year-old who are terrified to come back to school, not knowing if they're going to get in trouble when they want to go hug their friend's hand, or give their friend a hug, or know what it's like to stand in line. Tonight is the first night I've gotten some actual data to understand what the impact of a 4-day choice would now be. And the remote model has still been unclear as to exactly what all remote would look like, who would be the ones providing that, who are the teachers. So when we talk about parent choice, my question becomes, if parents aren't given the actual information under each choice, how accurate and how equitable are we really being to parents? Are they genuinely at the table, or are they only partially sitting in the corner of the table with just some information, given the message that you're somewhat here, we want to hear what you have to say, but the reality is you can't really give us your true voice because we don't provide you the data to make an authentic decision. And to me, that is the opposite of genuine equity. And I am asking, and one thing this pandemic has showed all of us, has raised the veil of inequity in this country and on this planet. There is an enormous amount of inequity, and I have one family member right now from the New American community who couldn't come with me tonight because her husband is trying to survive from COVID. Those members are here present in our community, and numbers are rising. And so I ask to please bring another motion back to revisit these 3 plans, because if the DOE wants 3 plans, then I'm asking for 3 clear plans where parents can make a genuine, informed decision, not a quick decision based on what might be most helpful in all of our realities of having our kids at school more days. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. So my name's Lynn Ward. I live on Hotel Road. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I was at home doing dishes, listening to this meeting, and I've listened to all of the meetings since the first reading. And frankly, it's really distressing to me that we're here with the 4-day option in front of you. I am an attorney who works with low-income people in our community. I am the parent of a kindergartner who's very excited to start school at Fairview. And as I reflect on this process and all of the meetings that have happened, the thing that stands out to me is that y'all went through, all of these people here, including the ones who aren't showing respect by wearing masks in a public place where a highly contagious disease is actually likely to happen at any point. You went through the whole meeting after a first reading. So there's a first reading, y'all listen to the plan. You come in on the second reading, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we're green, this changes everything. But it didn't. The numbers in our community hadn't really changed. The people in our community who are being ravaged by this, which is our new Mainer community, our people of color, our children who already are most at risk, that hadn't changed. None of that had changed. But all of a sudden, hours and hours and hours into a meeting, it's like this light bulb went on and said, oh, it's green. It's like you're at the red light and suddenly the light changes and you're like, oh, this changes everything. But it didn't. It absolutely didn't. And you guys have had person after person after person coming in here. The people who support our kids, the people who need to be most at home in order to take care of them day in and day out. The people who now you are asking, on top of the load that we already put on our teachers, to watch out. I was listening to the person saying, that abuse rates go up. Well, we're going to be back in school. Parents or the teachers are going to have a chance to actually engage with those kids if they have smaller numbers to figure it out. What's going to happen if you don't have that? It's going to be, Johnny, put on your mask. Susie, step away from the person. I have an almost 5-year-old, and if I go to try to see a social distance visit with family, it is a constant, take your space. Please make sure you're giving space, buddy. You need to be giving space. And now you're asking teachers to do this and teach with how many children in a classroom? 3 feet away that they can't even get up to go to a bathroom because suddenly you don't have 3 feet anymore. You don't have 3 feet. This is irresponsible and disrespectful to the people who have worked so hard to take care of our children. It's actually really disappointing. Please revisit this. Please don't thank me after I'm done speaking, because I can tell you're not happy that I'm here. I can tell you're not happy that people are coming to the table and giving this input, because it does not seem that people want to hear it. It didn't seem at last meeting, it didn't seem at the meeting before. Please show you're hearing people by at least making a motion. At least make the motion. Get everybody in this room on the record as to where they stand after hearing our best, the best parts of our community. Say, please go back to Plan A. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute recess at this point. It's 9:30. We will come back at 9:40. are coming up next on the agenda. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are coming back from a 10-minute break and moving on to the presentation of coaching stipends and return to school for fall athletics. Mr. Sampson, I believe, is going to lead the discussion on that.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to kind of leave the coaching stipend conversation to the end, just kind of update you on where we are.
Okay.
So if you followed any social media yesterday, the MPA's kind of self-mandated deadline was yesterday, and that's come and gone. The two pieces that they're really considering with fall athletics right now, and the letter that they wrote to the CDC was, number one, the mental health, and we've heard that tonight a couple of times about the mental health of our adolescents. And then you heard some language of squishy and shifting sands. That's the case with the guidelines that we're looking at as well. The CDC came out last week with a recommendation for physical education, having kids 14 feet apart to be safe. And that is much more strict than what we've been dealing with our summer programming and what our community sports, our rec departments, and our AAU teams have been dealing with since early June. So those are the two things that have kind of delayed the MPA conversation. We have, hopefully, gotten word today that by next Thursday, we'll have an absolute decision on fall athletics, which fall sports will be offered and which fall sports will not be offered. So as of right now, trying to be an optimist that we're going to have all of our fall sports, and they did push back the start date from 2 days ago, which was August 17th. We're now going to start the day after Labor Day with our first practices. But what they're going to allow us to do, we, along with help from Matt Fifield and the city, is since July 6th, we've had summer programming for about 10 of our programs. And by best estimates, it's hard because there's a lot of kids that have been there for a session, haven't been, but we've serviced about 250 kids this summer during those 10 programs. Basketball, our ice hockey kids worked out, field hockey, softball. So we've done it successfully. Next Monday, the 24th, starts phase 4, which is going to allow all of our fall coaches to offer voluntary workouts. And I've encouraged all of our fall coaches to start that process. We can't start official practices until the 8th, but my hope is that they'll continue to offer some programming 2 to 3 days a week, 4 days a week, so that we're ready to go. Similar at the middle school, that start date has been pushed back to September 21st, partially because we just joined a new middle school league, which is mostly to our south, Cumberland and York County. And today, those superintendents have voted that they're not going to start any athletics until September 8th. So we're strapped a little bit that of our new conference causing that delay. And I'll try to be brief because I know you've got a lot of important things to discuss tonight. With that reduced delayed start date, there's going to be some reduced games scheduled. The big push, and I think we've done a really good job as athletic administrators, we've kind of gone away from playing the traditional Class A big schools and really have focused on a regional schedule, limiting the time on the bus. You know, you've heard a little bit tonight about transportation and how many kids we can fit on a bus. So we're going to limit travel. We traditionally don't play Levitt in a lot of sports. We're going to play Levitt. We don't traditionally play a Poland or a Wyndham, but we're going to play some of those teams now, try to keep those times instead of going to Bangor, Hamden. We've really are trying to make an effort to do some games on Wednesdays and Saturdays to alleviate some of that transportation bus issue on our non-school days. When we don't have kids in the building, we're going to try to have games in the afternoon so we can have those buses to get kids there. One of the things we're going to have to consider, though, is if only one child per seat on the bus, we are going to have to re-examine our transportation policy. And I know we have some tremendous parents in our community that are more than willing to drive their children to a game if they have to drive to Levitt, have to drive to Poland. So I think that's a very easy obstacle to overcome. Registrations, our family ID registration is up. It's opened.
We've had a lot of kiddos already sign up for their fall activities. One thing with physicals, there was a concern early on about primary care physicians' offices not being open and not giving physicals. So there is some leeway in what we can do. If a kid isn't able to get in and get a physical, the MPA has allowed us to work with the school nurses and our athletic trainer to clear those students. So the guidance that we've been going through has come from the National Federation of High Schools and the Maine Principals Association. And now, like I just told you, there's a real concern because it really doesn't line up with the community sports. The community sports have been running throughout the summer, and there's been a lot of questions as why is the MPA not allowed to use the same standards? And I think that's why the final decision has been pushed out until possibly next Thursday. I think Mr. Anir mentioned to this group at one point, we did look at academic eligibility, where things really were tattered at the end of the school year as far as grades and the pass-fail mark. So all of our kids, traditionally our 7th, 8th, and 9th graders start with a fresh start academically for eligibility purposes. We've extended that through 7 through 12. So every student is going to be academic eligible when they walk through the doors. And that's pretty consistent with most districts. As I sit in on statewide AD meetings, everybody kind of has, across the board, said, let's give the kids a free pass. There were a lot of things that we couldn't control. Some kids didn't have internet. You know, you've heard this all before. So we really said, September 25th, we'll get back to checking their academic eligibility and getting them on that monitor. The last thing before we talk stipends is, and keeping my fingers crossed, when we do get back to games and activities, we're really going to have to work with the city and the state to figure out what we're going to do with spectators. Because right now, the mass gathering piece of can you keep it under 100 for an outside activity, it's going to be difficult. If you've got 20 kids on a soccer team, 20 kids on a soccer team, and then you're starting to talk about officials and timers, athletic trainers. So what do we do about spectators? And that's one of the ones that may be a little more difficult to achieve. Luckily for us, a couple of our venues are spectator-friendly from your vehicle. Many of our parents like to sit up above and watch the soccer game by the tennis courts in their vehicles. So I think we, and same with Sherwood Heights with field hockey. So I think we can accomplish those challenges if we get to that point of being able to have contests. So the last piece, and I know this was a concern and was a, kind of a lightning rod in the spring with stipends and how we handled that. So my hope is that we're going to start next Monday with our summer programming, and all of our fall coaches are going to offer something. And I hope we're going to go right through November, and we're going to have fall banquets. And at that point, I think, we would obviously pay 100% to our coaches that have been working extremely hard through the summer programming, doing the testing. We have had some situations where we've had to refer some student athletes to get a COVID-19 test and hold them out of training until they've come back negative. So I think, if we get the word next Thursday that we're unfortunately not going to be able to offer sports, what Mr. Anir and Mr. Griffin have talked about is we have to have something for our kids. And our new middle school assistant AD, Anthony Timmerman, has worked pretty hard on some intramural type programs. And it can be traditional sports of soccer, cross country. I shared with Mr. Griffin tonight, he's already thinking about virtual competitions between student cohorts. So I think my suggestion is we go with the plan that we're going to offer our coaches 100% of their stipend, and we're going to work with them. If it isn't a traditional MPA state championship gold ball season, it's what can our soccer coaches offer those kids during this time that's meaningful, and that is really working on that mental health aspect. You know, if we get to a situation that a coach just says, I don't feel comfortable, and then we can work with them and maybe find something for their kids to do with somebody else.
Do you have a, I'm sorry, are you all done your
Yes,
presentation?
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Sampson? Okay. Do you have a question?
Yeah, Todd, thank you very much. That was very informative. Based on the multitude of concerns tonight, are you going to create stable cohorts if you have sports? Meaning, will the football team all go to school Monday and Tuesday, the soccer team all go to school Thursday and Friday, and so forth?
No, that would, I don't believe that has been in consideration.
So it's kind of in conflict with every concern we heard tonight. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm a big fan of sports, and I hope.
Yep, within the athletic piece, Dave, we have done those pods this year during the summer programming. You know, kids are in pods of 10. They come for an hour. The next pod of 10 come. So during the actual activity, they are in that cohort.
Did the coaches that did summer and summer practices, did they get paid for that, or did they do that and volunteer? Or is it part of the stipend that they would be getting?
You know, it's kind of an unwritten expectation. You know, those coaches that run successful programs have always offered summer programming, and it looked very different this year. You know, the Red Eddy basketball camp was so successful outside that I think Coach Felly and Coach Adams may move it outside in the future. But there weren't those summer basketball games. There weren't American Legion baseball games. So the training looked very different, and the coaches were really restricted on what they could do. The first two phases, they couldn't even use equipment. Our soccer programs are just at the phase now, in phase 3, of being able to kick a soccer ball back and forth to one another. You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Sampson? Okay, I think we have an understanding of going forward, whether or not the MPA says sports are on or whether the MPA says sports are not on. There will be options for our students who choose to engage.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, next, Mr. Anier. Update regarding the Edward Little High School schedule and course offerings. Oh, before you begin, Scott, I need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, please.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Pam Hardis first. Mr. Carey, I'll take you a second. All those in favor? So, one opposed. Mr. Simpson, you opposed? All right, motion passes. Moving on.
All right, good evening. I'm going to do my very best to try to explain a very complex process that happens every single year. It's a very, very complex process. ELHS family multiple track option offerings, when the committee voted into 3 pathway options, this made it necessary for us to research the impact on our course offerings. We discovered that this would significantly impact our ability to provide opportunities for all sections of our AP, honors level, and our high enrollment electives. This is across all content areas: English, social studies, math, science, world language, aspirations, and the arts. To get a deeper understanding about this conflict, the electives and AP offerings. Some electives will have to be removed to accommodate the need to teach the required classes and following the DOE graduation requirements. With this, many of our AP instructors will need to teach the core classes, which will eliminate the many extra electives usually offered here at Edward Little. Fine arts classes, in particular the music ensembles, will be dissolved with multiple tracks. With 2 cohort ensembles can be grouped evenly and then combined during flex periods in an outdoor safe environment. There's where the conflict starts to begin. Some of our AP teachers are able to offer additional college credits through dual enrollment within the UMaine system, as well as the Central Maine Community College, Thomas College, and the Syracuse University, our SUPA program, due to the fact that they have their master's degree. If we have to require these teachers to teach other classes, then we will not be able to offer the same benefits to all of our students. These teachers have been vetted, and that's the big term, vetted, in order to be able to offer that. In order to get the dual credit or the AP credit from the college, they have to be vetted. I could teach the course, but the student isn't going to get their college credit from it. If we follow the two-day hybrid model, an instructor can teach all of the sections of AP history and meet the needs of their students. This will allow all of those students the opportunity to earn 6 college credits while also earning traditional high school credit required to earn a diploma at Edward Little High School. Dual enrollment instructors are teachers who work for the Auburn School Department and are able to offer college credit on behalf of the University of Maine system, as well as Central Maine Community College, Thomas, and Syracuse University. If we keep the 3 options, another teacher in the department will need to teach these sections. However, those students may not earn college credit due to the teacher not being certified for dual enrollment, hence limiting which students would be able to earn college credit during their time at Edward Little. This negatively impacts the post-secondary opportunities for all students. Many families have taken advantage of these opportunities over the last few years. A student who intends on enrolling in a school attached to the University of Maine system would have the opportunity to earn enough credits to start off as a second semester freshman if they enroll in AP classes, which could save students and families thousands of dollars. This is just one example of the many offerings EL provides its students that would severely be impacted by offering multiple tracks. As a side note, to become certified to teach dual enrollment courses or to offer college courses by way of a high school, the teacher needs to have a master's degree, preferably in the content area. Many of our teachers have a master's degree in education, but not necessarily in the content area, and that is the big hang-up for many of our teachers in terms of being vetted, or a specified number of years teaching that subject. All of these programs require extensive correspondence with the college or university in approving the instructor and course syllabus. This vetting process for new instructors takes time. Therefore, any new teacher requesting to be certified will likely not be approved for this upcoming year. It is a pretty lengthy process that the teachers take on their own in order to get to be vetted. We usually start exploring that option somewhere around January in order to get them ready for the following year. And some of those require that they mirror teach some other teachers who are already doing that. So we make those arrangements so that they have that opportunity in the spring. All AP teachers must be certified through College Board and have certain requirements. This is another vetting process which takes time. So here's the big conversation. We talk about singletons. And what you need to know is that when we started looking at the process of our building and what we were able to do with capacities within a classroom, we went to the 6-foot distancing from mouth to mouth for students in a classroom to calculate the max capacity for a classroom. We got to 6 feet because we knew that we were going to have to be in a situation where students were going to have to eat in a classroom, and also what we heard from the research is that these big bodies are much like our big bodies as adults, and they need that 6-foot distancing. So we built our model on the max capacity to classrooms. And what you needed to know about that is in order to achieve that, we already had to create 208 new sections within our course offerings. So the 3 pathways would require the need for additional sections for many of our singleton classes. And what's the singleton? That's the class that is only offered once in our schedule. So over the 4-day block, whether it was maroon or white, or now as we're proposing this semester, it's only offered once. And here's an example of these singletons. For example, the junior bridge year science class has 5 students signed up for the 2-day option and 8 kids for the 4-day option and 3 for the remote. Having 3 pathways requires us to offer 2 sections. There's 1 teacher that's vetted to teach the dual enrollment science class. The 2-day hybrid option allows us to offer 1 section of the course with the 2 cohorts. By having the 2-day model, we could have half that group on Monday and Tuesday and the other half on Thursday and Friday. By trying to create a hybrid and a 4-day track, we would have to create a different section because the mindset was that we were going to keep those cohorts. The 4-day and the 2-day, 3-day hybrid needed to be separated by class. So now we have to make, students are now having to not have that option offered to them. Other factors for the 2-day versus 3-day. In order to schedule specific release times between each period to avoid 2-day students mixing with 4 days, the consequence of this is that instruction time is reduced. To take these classrooms and dismiss them at 10 o'clock and then these at 10:05, now it becomes that constant domino effect that I think you heard from Mrs. Galway earlier this evening. So now when they get to their next period class, the teacher is now needing to, you who have been in a classroom or have heard from your students, that beginning phase can be very disruptive. So to have half the students come in or a portion of the students come in 5 minutes late really is a disrupting factor, particularly when we're talking about 60-minute classes. With less students in the 2-day hybrid in the building, there's less traffic in the hallways and further separation between students while walking in the hallways and in the classrooms. Teacher stress load of the multiple pathways and caseloads of students within the 3-option plan is reduced by having only a 2-day hybrid fully remote, which will result in more individualized instruction, and reduced class sizes provide for smaller student-to-teacher ratios to enhance instruction. Safety of teachers when mixing students from 2H and 4H is reduced by only having the 2-day hybrid. With the risk of losing multiple teachers, we may not be able to operate efficiently. These 3 options require more supervision during lunches and transition times. Students would be eating in the classroom, which limits the coverage of classrooms to only ed techs, department heads, and admin in order to honor the teacher's 30-minute lunch period. The 2-day allows for a better supervision from the staff due to the fewer kids in the building. So some important numbers. So we offer about 236 classes. That's a course. Within that, they could be multiple sections. For example, our career development is one course, but we have 15 sections. It's offered 15 times. We come back to the singletons. There's 96 singletons, and that doesn't include our LRTC students. So that's offered once. So it's not including that. And again, I come back to our room capacity size. We already needed to go and create 208 sections before we even got to the place of talking about blending a 2-3 hybrid with a 4-day track. So as you can see, the complications to running the schedule with the 2-3 and the 4 just become exponentially out of the realm. We use the word feasible quite often, and I can't quite see how we can get our hands around honoring all of the structures that we have in place, from the safety measures, and what I would highlight is reducing the number of people in the building is a significant concern for me from a safety perspective when we're talking about an airborne virus. So the fewer airborne people expelling and intaking air is a really important consideration, particularly when we are having conversations about the circulation and ventilation at Edward Little High School. But just from a logistical standpoint of creating a schedule, when we already had to create, in the best of circumstances, we already have some hard options, but now, when we're trying to maintain the max capacity for classroom, 208 other options, and that was just with the 2-3 hybrid approach, now we have to consider those singletons. And what becomes real important is many kids, whether they were a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, or a senior, they and their family have made decisions about the courses they are taking, whether it's an AP or an IEP-driven decision about the course that they are in. Now, that no longer becomes an option for them. And as Mrs. Galway spoke earlier, kids are making plans in their freshman and sophomore year about their post-secondary goals, and to be able to, and to have to take out some of those things that those colleges are looking for is really the rubber hitting the road in a very crucial way, and that's what I would offer.
Okay. Scott, are you all? I don't want to interrupt your presentation. Good, thank you.
You asked for information on conflict. I could go on, but.
Absolutely, no, I believe you can. So right now, members of the school committee, I'm going to exercise chair prerogative, and I'm going to move up from old business. I'm going to move up the option for us to, under old business B, revise the ELHS return to school model, remote and 2-day hybrid. In order for us, if you consider Robert's rules, in order for us to have conversation, debate, and all of that around this. We need a motion first, but I will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to publicly comment on the Edward Little High School two-day hybrid proposal today? We've heard from a few already. I could ask if there's anyone else who would like to comment. Hi, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. You guys have been awesome. I've been in there for 3 hours, so my patience is a little bit done as well. So I'm here to support my daughter. She's a senior this year at Edward Little. And, you know, it looks as though with the average age in the room that, you know, we probably all graduated around the same time. I'm 94 from Coney High School in Augusta, and I just remember being, if we can just step back for a minute, remember being at that age in high school, whether it's a freshman, junior, senior, whatever it may be. And I know there's a pandemic going on. My grandmother had it. She survived. All 76 people survived in her nursing home. So I do realize there's a threat out there. But I also think after hearing of 2.5 hours of the doom and gloom, I think we're over-exaggerating it. So I'm really pushing for the 4-day. Obviously, my daughter's a senior. She's been in all AP classes. She's pushing to get into some of the best Ivy League schools in the nation. And without those classes, just like Mr. Scott just said, we might be in a position where it may change things. So I'm just asking that all of you consider that option for these kids that are looking to have that education that they need. A 2-day option just doesn't make sense. And I understand the fear, and I understand that. But when I also look at statistics, because I love math, 99.9995% success rate of living with COVID. That's a massive, massive success rate. So with that being said, if you guys can just look into this matter more diligently from what we just heard for 3 hours, then that would be an awesome, awesome addition. So I appreciate your time. There's one other lady that wants to speak on the same behalf. So we had 3 of us today. So we feel almost like we're superheroes. I feel like we're in Marvel or something. So we appreciate it, and have a great night. God bless everyone.
Thank you.
You're up. Pick somebody.
You say that.
I won't repeat it over the microphone. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Lisa Day. I have 2 daughters at Edward Little High School, a freshman and a sophomore this year. I'm absolutely in the minority. My vote is for 4 days of school. I think that it's important for them to be back in school. I think it sounds like safety-wise it's feasible. It sounds like it's definitely going to be a complicated situation for classes. But I guess I just have a couple questions as to the parent survey. Do we have any numbers on the parent survey? Are we allowed to know?
What are you specifically asking?
How many voted for 4 days a week? What's the percentage for going back to hybrid, and how many people are choosing to keep their kids home and do remote?
Overall?
Yeah, or I don't know how it's broken down. I mean, I guess overall is important. For
High
my
school.
family, it's definitely high school.
If some of you find it faster than my old eyes right now can find it, then please.
33.4 wants 4. Pam, your mic.
Pam, your mic.
Sorry.
Right in your mic, please.
33.4% want 4, 21.94 want 2, and 9.9 want remote, 1.66 unsure, 30.56% are blank, and 2.25% are other.
So I guess it's a huge number of unknown. I guess the second question I have is, all of these kids have been together throughout the summer, playing rec sports, playing AAU sports. Do we have any numbers on that? Kids who are positive, total numbers, anything passed amongst these kids, number-wise?
Not that has been reported to us.
I guess I just have a hard time understanding if we don't have the science to back it up, if we don't have the numbers, and these kids are in huge groups and parents post it all over Facebook, but then we go against it and say, no, it's not safe for them to be back in school. I don't know, I just have a hard time. I feel like it's very hypocritical. I feel like school is very important for these kids, and they're getting the best education in school. My kids, they did fine, they do great in school, but it definitely was not ideal to do things remotely at home. That's all. I guess more numbers would be helpful going into making this decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Go ahead. No, it's fine, you can go. I just was gonna say one last person, just my daughter wants to speak after.
Okay, great, thank you.
I feel like as the AA Vice President, I would be remiss not to make people aware that staff are considering leaving and this could impact us. So I know there's a lot of discussion going around, there's a lot of emotion. I don't have the number, but we have heard from staff that are leaving, and that is going to ultimately impact what we do from here. And I feel like as my job as Vice President, if I didn't make that known, that we have heard from several staff who are considering leaving or going elsewhere, just making that aware.
So then again, I would bring that back to you, Dr. Brown, about the feasibility, right? It would come, and you don't have to answer this right now, but it's just that, is this feasible for the Auburn School Department to continue along on the path that we've created? So I just want to keep that, as long as things are feasible.
Can I just make a comment to that last thing?
Sure.
If there's teachers out there who feel it's not safe to go back, is it feasible to put them in a remote role? I mean, to take into account the kids who want to do online or fully remote and those teachers who don't feel comfortable coming back? Can we figure out a way to make it work for everybody?
And I think that is what I will allow, if you would answer that, Dr. Brown.
Sure. We're doing our level best to try to match people who would like to work remotely with remote cohorts of students. And for people who would like to be in person 4 days, to pair those up with staff who also want to be here for that period of time. Chairperson Matthew, to answer your question about feasibility, that's one of the challenges that we're having with the high school schedule right now. I know the upper level classes are really hot, they're really important, and kids plan often as early as middle school what they're going to take. Some of those choices may be compromised with offering 3 tracks at the high school. That's the question before us tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Peyton Bell, and I'm a sophomore at Edward Little. I'm here just to explain a little bit of why I believe 4 days a week is better than 2 days. I know from experience from last year that remote learning is very hard. Having to email your teachers about your questions after a Zoom call makes school 10 times harder. I mean, we could say stuff on Zoom, but sometimes we want a one-on-one conversation with our teachers. And it's just hard to explain what you actually mean on email instead of being in person. Another really important part for me is that remote learning is very discouraging. I'm a pretty good student at school and I try very hard, but for me and many of my friends, when we're at school, we know that getting our work done on time and making it good is mandatory, and at school we actually want to do the work. But when we're at home, we don't have the urge to try and an attitude of what's the point. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else like public comment on this? I don't think so. I think there were 3. All right, let's bring it back to the committee. Can I entertain a motion to approve a revision for the Edward Little High School return to school model to include only remote and 2-day hybrid options?
Second.
All right, let's open where there is a, entertain the motion.
Nobody made the first motion.
Nobody made the first motion.
I'll do that.
You made the first motion.
No, I asked to entertain a motion.
Oh.
You made the first.
All right.
Mr. Poisson, you doing the second?
Yep.
Thank you very much, Dan. All right.
Sorry, I'm tired.
That's okay. Which is I am too, but I don't want this to come back on me on Robert's rules that we didn't do this correctly. All right, members of the school committee, this is open for comment, discussion, debate.
I always have questions, and I apologize, and at 10:15, I don't know what I'm going to say. A couple questions, maybe, Scott, if you don't mind. I think there'll be softballs, really. Have you decided on how the kids are going to be graded this fall? Regardless of, I mean, this is independent of the motion, but the grading system pass, fail again, or is it going to be?
No, early on, the group that was working from the academic programming committee, we had conversations, and the intent was very much to go back to our previous scoring system. We knew that we would need to make some level of adjustments in terms of some of the procedure, but overall, the scoring system would be back in place.
Great, that's good to hear. And I hope this is a fair question. If we were to go to the 3-day model, would the number of classes kids could take increase above 4? When I was here on July 22nd, it was max, they could only take 4 classes.
So there's a couple ways to answer that. Like, we want their schedule filled with 4 classes. So that's that part of the answer. The other part of the answer is that we were looking to be able to provide credit and flex time with some of our skinny and independent options that we were going to provide there, as well as recovery opportunities during that flex time to recover more credit from the past, as well as it opened up the opportunity for students to be able to take courses at the college level if they were scheduled later on in the day, so that they could get another set of credits going on through there. They would have their 4 EL credits, and then they would take a course at CM if we could get them enrolled in one of those that landed in that time frame. And we would take that as dual credit. I'll take that credit.
So I think your answer is 4.
4
EL classes?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The questions? Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Just go right around.
So, Scott, one of the questions I got asked maybe a few days ago was, based on these logistics on the schedule, which you've explained, and the complexities, and regardless of the option we pick, whether we went with full remote, whether we went whether we go with 841, are we not locked into that option for the full year? There's some concerns out there that we had talked about potentially revisiting it, in October, but the schedule can't change. I mean, we're kind of locked into that for the full year, or are we locked into it for the first semester, and then, because again, the whole idea is to maximize, get the kids back in school full time. How are we going to accomplish that with the schedule challenges?
Yep. For us at the high school level, because of our work with LRTC and the sending schools, we've adopted the 4x4 block model for the year, meaning that all maroon classes would happen first semester and all white classes would happen second semester. So for us, then that was a lot of conversation amongst building principals and superintendents that we would be into that model for the year. And we all made there was a lot of debate on once you go down that road, you can't come back. But from the area schools, we were saying in extreme times call for extreme measures. So we were committing for the year, not for an ongoing process. We all desire to get back to our alternating maroon-white block schedule approach. But because of that, in order to be able, because many of our other districts have adopted the 2-3 hybrid model, in order for us to be able to facilitate that and make sure that our LRT students have their required number of hours. So it doesn't matter for an LRTC student, our second year kids, if you're a second year electrician, a second year CNA, you're going 4 days no matter what to LRTC, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's locked in. And then second semester would be our first year students. They're locked in for Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday at LRTC.
Were you talking, if I may clarify, were you talking about the block schedule or the programming, the tracks in your question?
More around the tracks. There was a concern from some parents that, going back to the seniors, if we start with that hybrid approach and we're in 2 days out 3, am I going to get the rest of my senior year? At the end of the first semester, and maybe things are better, are we going to be able to increase that to a 4-day model or to a 5-day model or whatever that looks like? So there's just some concerns around that.
The 2 tracks, including the 2-day hybrid, when the original plan was built, took that into account. If we needed to make a change, if we could make a change, it allowed us to pivot in both directions more easily. So we wouldn't be locked in to that decision for the whole year.
One other question, or one other right now. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but a couple of meetings ago, we approved the use of using the CARES funds. I think it was $1.4 million to buy, the Pro AV equipment, and we're starting at the high school. I'm struggling to figure out how that's going to work in a 2-day, 3-day out model. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to leverage that. If a teacher's teaching 2 days on Monday, Tuesday, and they're teaching the same session on Thursday, Friday, how are we going to leverage that technology that we are purchasing?
There's tremendous leverage for that in the 2-day hybrid model, so that for the teacher who has the Pro AV system in their classroom, they can continue the flow and the pace of the class, and it doesn't get interrupted when the different cohort comes in, because the opportunity to be able to follow along with a class synchronously, which really enhances the accountability for the remote learning, is really, really large right there. So if I'm in class Monday and Tuesday and you're remote Monday and Tuesday, we flip-flop. With a Pro AV system, the teacher can continue to move along with the pace and not have to interrupt that and stop and have to kind of come back to try to mirror the pace of where we were without the Pro AV system. With the 4-day track, the Pro AV system doesn't get the bang for the buck.
How so? I mean, wouldn't it be the same scenario? Because you basically have cohorts separated by physicality, but the in-classroom stuff is being broadcast. We were talking about this earlier, and I can't wrap my head around it. And this has got nothing to do with how I'm going to vote on this motion, but my other question is, when EL has all these cameras, what are your expectations of your teachers utilizing this equipment?
That they would be using it every
100%
period.
of them, it won't
That
be
they
by
would-
choice?
Those that first wave, that we would be using that. We want the mindset behind it, like we called it a game changer, because this really allowed for them to be able to synchronously provide remote learning rather than having to create another level of remote learning from the in-class experience. And so when you asked me the question, you bring up the point of the 4-day model. If everyone's there 4 days, what are they using the Pro AV for?
Because 20% are learning remotely.
They would be probably on the 2 to 3 is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So they would be on the remote 3, is that what you're saying? But what about the full remote ones?
No, because. So full remote, again, it would depend on their schedule. So there may be a class that has students who are learning remotely who could access, when you're talking about 20%. And you might have.
I'm sorry, Michelle, access through the Pro AV system?
Yes, thank you. And you might have no students in a class who are accessing remotely. So you would have your students in your class, I think is what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
The AV system would be going all 4 days, no matter what. So even if you were full remote or if you were 2-3, you would still be able to have access to that system. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'd have 40% of your kids then who were either out because of the 2-day cohort or remote who could access.
Okay, and what about the accountability for students, like with attendance? Is that it's my remote day, let's say the two, what about my attendance?
We've had a lot of conversations about how to ensure that the student is logging in either through Google Classroom or through the Pro AV system, and not just logging in. Are they engaged in that? And so that's where the teachers want to get their hands on that a little bit to have some understanding, because that very much is the mindset. And then the other element to that, and I come back to, we would continue with our typical grading procedure, the proof will be in the pudding. If we're not seeing any work, whether you're a remote kid, a hybrid kid, or a 4-day kid, you could be there 4 days and we're not getting any production. Our natural safety nets that we would throw out there to ensure that you're attending, that you're following through, that you're performing well in class are still happening, are still going to happen. And one of the advantages that we have now versus the spring is teachers will be in the building. made it very challenging last spring to kick in some of those natural safety nets when they weren't in the building to be able to do that, and we weren't be able to come together as a team to be able to talk about why Scott hasn't produced any work or hasn't been engaged any work, whether I'm remote, I'm hybrid, or I'm a 4-day. Those things are still in place and still going to happen, and we're going to start with are you passing the class or not? Have you turned in any work or not? Have you been attending or not? Those are some of those natural things that we do every single day. February of 2020, those things were occurring. And I just, in my head, I want to make sure we're really clear. It's 4 credits per semester, wouldn't be for the entire year. I just wanted to come back to that.
That's a great point. And I have to say this because it's my experience that, and I respect teachers and I respect the efforts that they put through, but it was not easy this spring. And I'm not going to air grievances. You were incredibly helpful. We'll leave it at that. So we've talked about the accountability to students. What's the accountability around teachers actually teaching? Because, and this isn't just my experience, Scott, and it's just not with you. I think we've brought you down a rabbit hole. This is all schools together around the remote learning, that it was not a good experience for a lot of families this spring, that they had 0 instruction. Now we're going to go into the something. It's either going to be 2, 4, or this or that. What are the safeguards so that the teachers also are going to be providing instruction?
And the best way I could answer that question for you is, what did you have for a safeguard last September that you were getting the instruction that you wanted from a teacher in a classroom? Because that's where, those are the things that we would employ again.
That's a great start though, right? A teacher in a classroom. And I honor the teachers. I honored them last week, and I got hate email from teachers and called vile things all week, which I didn't understand, but that's the culture of our country today. There's a big difference in my world. If my son or my daughter were to go to the classroom, and if there was something not going on, let's put it this way, we did get communications from most of the teachers this spring. When they weren't showing up, there were some outliers. So I can't compare them live in the classroom to the remote expectation. They can't just get an email saying, read this, and that's the week. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we answer that in a specific way and not in a general way. So I want to be specific for a minute, that there is an evaluation process. And in the spring, that was suspended through the Department of Education. That was suspended for us. This year, that has not been
Michelle, can I just
suspended.
interrupt you? When you say evaluation process, you mean on what you did, or evaluation of like evaluation process of what? What are you evaluating?
Evaluation process.
Okay, teacher evaluation process. Okay, I wanted to be clear on what you were talking about.
Suspended by the Department of Education in the spring. There is no suspension at this point for that process, and so the intention is that teachers would be evaluated. That is the safeguard.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it was a real concern. And
Yes,
if that's
right.
That's fantastic.
I understand.
So Scott, I just want to be clear, and I want to absolutely wrap my mind around this, that with the previous, with what is in place right now, what the school committee voted on right now, with 3 different options, what you are saying and what we heard Mrs. Galway state, what we have heard Marissa Moreau come and talk to us about, Mr. Rice came to talk to us about, is that essentially, legitimately, we will not be able to offer classes that that we just need to be able to offer if with in our higher education types of our AP tracks, our bridge programs, if we are to just leave things as they are right now, all of those 96 classes are off the table, and including, you had some music things on there, you had different offerings on there.
I wouldn't say all 96 are off the table, but I would say we substantially cut that number down in order to be able to facilitate creating the rest of the schedule for the 2-3-day hybrid and the 4-day. Substantially, because the first layer, before we even get to talking about where those conflicts are, we have to look at 208 room capacity issues. And so once those get solved, then we need to move into resolving the singleton conflicts. And so I can't give you a number right now because to even try to find the starting place to do that with any schedule in the best of circumstances. If you take my schedule and move me from one class, it's a domino approach, because I want to make sure that everyone is clear. Like, I don't have one teacher who teaches pre-AP Cal 4 periods every single day, and I don't have one person teaching a third year level of Spanish every single, so that's where it gets twisted really, really fast. And we've used every kind of example there is, and the best one I've ever had is Jell-O. As soon as you push one side, it's coming out the other. And under the best of circumstances, we can do really, really well to get to, I think what we've talked about is like an 85% success rate with that. And then that requires that we do some hand adjusting with the schedule. And that's under the best of circumstances when when we're only creating one track. And now we've set up 2 tracks at the same time. And we have this other room capacity variable at play. And so I don't know, we use the word feasible. I don't even know how we still have to start with the room capacity first. And then those conflicts are really going to take those choices for students off the table. And again, we're talking about AP and honors, we're talking about music, but we're also talking about some IEP-driven courses that those are a singleton as well. And so to be able to split that up, and that there is a very serious certification component to that.
All right, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr. Poisson.
What happens to your plan if we go lockdown? What does that do to your plan?
You mean full red, if we're on
If we
red?
go red, does that affect it? How would that affect that?
We would be at full remote, and we would be kicking in many of the strategies that we are trying to develop for those remote students that the families have selected remote. It's going to be everyone's at remote, and we'll, to come back to Mr. Simpson, we're still going to be having an evaluation process. I'm still going to be looking at grades. I'm still going to be looking at work turned in. I'm still going to be looking at how we're engaging them, how we're tracking them. The remote piece and the in-person piece need to be mirrored. They're the same curriculum. Some of the other great struggles that we had last year, because we were thrown in the ocean with nothing, was we had to do some modifications and reductions in the curriculum that we were offering as we were trying to get our head around what can we offer, which is a lot of why we got to our pass-fail piece and just try to be able to develop some of that equity. If we're sticking to have the opportunity to be able to start with an expectation of remote allows us to be able to teach students how to do remote, build that rapport with the teacher, and have an understanding of how this process is going to work, whether you're doing Pro AV or everybody, the expectation, whether they are remote, a 2-day or 4-day instructor, is utilizing Google Classroom so that we have a common starting point for everybody. Last spring, we had no common starting point, and that I don't think that was unique to Edward Little.
I just want to remind you that in your packet for the August 5th meeting, you have the plan for remote instruction in that packet. And so if you have more questions about that, we can either talk about that at our next meeting, that Shelley could present on that.
Okay.
Scott, I appreciate your responses tonight and the work that you've done, and I want to correct something I just said. I misspoke. I did not receive a single nasty email from a teacher. There were, I don't know what we'll call them, other people, other concerned people. And this is off topic, but I'm going to stick a lot of stuff in here tonight. The teachers were very respectful as they were tonight, and I appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Carrier?
One more. Excuse me. And it runs back to the AV program. If the 96 classes that we were talking about were on AV and the students could access them that way, we wouldn't be talking about a lot of these issues that we're currently having if they were recorded to have later on. And I know that doesn't necessarily hold true for the IEP, because there'll be certain things with IEP that we're not going to be able to get around because it has to be in person and things like that. But and I'll say with the majority of the other parts of the program outside of the IEPs, would that have worked with the AV program?
If they
If they were in place now?
If they were in place, the Pro AV system allows for a student to work remotely, whether they are full remote or they're on a 2-3 hybrid remote. That's where it becomes meaningful.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so everybody knows I want the kids back in school, and I'm a voter of the 4-day program. But after speaking with Michelle and Dr. Brown and amongst talking with other people and hearing that the high school is having a difficult time doing the 3 systems. I know all schools are having a difficult time, but I was hearing that it's not feasible for the high school to have 3 options. So I sat down with Mr. Neer today for an hour just to wrap my brain around the complexity and what this meant to our students and the 96 singleton classes that, not that all 96 won't be offered, but you know, that's the problem, that if students in cohort A and for person the 4-day want to take the same class, you know, now it doesn't work. So I've said, would 2 options work? Could we do remote and 4-in? And that doesn't work. So it's difficult, but I don't want our kids to miss out on any AP courses or any of those singular classes that are typically offered to them. And it's just, I just want to say, I appreciate Mr. Neer explaining the complexity of it. It's very different than the other schools. I know all schools are struggling and working really hard every single day to make this the best thing for their students, but that's just something that was brought to my attention, and I appreciate the explanation on that.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Mr. Belknap.
Just to follow up, Scott, can you explain the challenges or why the 4-in-1 and the remote, only those 2 options, doesn't work? I just want to make sure it's clear to the public, because I think there's a lot of preconceived notion that if we just got rid of the 2-day option that it could work. And hearing Faith, talk about that, I'm just curious if you can kind of alleviate a little bit on why, from a scheduling perspective, that doesn't work.
It wouldn't necessarily be wholeheartedly on the scheduling perspective. It kind of takes us back through some of the history of the work that's been happening through the summer. And one of the key components, and as Dr. Brown has shared and you've heard over, the sands keep shifting all the time, but right out of the gate was about maximizing social distancing, about making sure that we had as many enhanced safety measures in place as we possibly could. And so with that mindset, that's what really got us into the mindset of thinking of the 2-3-day split. So that we were having half a class size in there, so we had fewer bodies. So we were trying to hit that mark and hit the balance of how do we provide as many enhanced safety measures as we can, and then to be able to try to provide the most meaningful and effective instruction as we possibly can. So it was a balance of those 2. So when you ask why can't it happen, for me and my job in leading that school and making sure that we're following the safety requirements that we need to do all the time, whether it's COVID or not COVID, we needed to find a place where we were making sure that we weren't putting anybody at risk with an airborne situation. And so and these guidances have changed all summer long, but we had to develop a plan and start working from the plan. And so that's where we got to the 2-3 hybrid approach, because we really wanted to make sure that we weren't putting 20 kids back in a class. So what was the metric that we were going to do? Because we knew that's a lot of bodies breathing in and out all day long on an airborne virus. So we started to examine that, start getting the guidance, and start hearing that all the time. So if you ask me if 4-1, that's not the schedule component. That, to me, as I've tried to help staff get their heads around this and understand, because what staff want to know more than anything, I think we've heard, I just want to know who's in my class, when they're in my class, and what I'm teaching them, and how I'm delivering that. But the other piece is the same as we've heard. There's that balance of now this heightened level of safety that needs to be in place. We have to do that as a school. I totally respect, we all do it. We make personal choices of what happens outside of school, what happens in summertime, what happens in the weekend, and what happens at 2:10. Those things are real. But when we're in school, we have to do those things that we know provide the safety and security for everybody in the building. And so that's a long answer to a simple question, but we had to go in the mindset of how do we maximize social distancing and how do we provide effective and meaningful instruction at the same time. And so that's where we got to that 2-3 approach. Because we really wanted to reduce the number of people that were in a classroom because that brought our safety numbers down. And for us at the high school, that was of particular concern when we have talked, and again, you guys know I'm not a pneumatic expert, but I've learned a whole lot about ventilation and circulation and what we needed to do. And so we have big bodies in our building. If everyone's there and our full staff are there, that's 1,100 people in the building. And that gives me a great deal of pause about how we're trying to make sure not only what's happening in the class, but as they travel from one spot to the building to another spot in the building.
I would only add to that, the LRTC, our schedule would be more in alignment with other high schools, and that would not limit in any way our students' opportunities in LRTC, the difference between the 4-day and the 2-day.
Pam, and then Dan, go ahead.
So one of the biggest things, of course, is safety as well. And so if it's not feasible that we can have these students in here at 6 feet apart, then that's part of the guidelines. We need to meet these guidelines set by the CDC and the DOE. And if we're not able to do that, then we are not able to do a plan. Also, the 96 classes or the singleton classes, even though we're not going to lose all of them, we're going to lose a significant amount of them. And one of the things that we've tasked Dr. Brown with is to help increase our graduation rates, to help increase our math scores, our reading scores. In order to do that, I feel like it's counterproductive to be taking away classes like AP classes and specialty classes if we're tasking you to do something to improve the education and now we're taking it away. I think that's counterproductive. On what Dave said about the accountability and what Karen said, that was a huge thing too for me with the remote. And I want to make sure that there is accountability, not just for students, but also for teachers. I had a little bit of both with my son when he was, this spring. And there were teachers that really dialed it in. And unfortunately, there were other teachers that really did a great job, and I don't want to lump everybody together and say it was terrible because of one person, but I really feel that I'm someone who I will hold my son accountable to do what he had to do. Whether he was getting a grade or not, he was going on that computer and he was doing what he needed to do. And as a parent, I made sure that that happened. That said, I also feel that the teachers should also be held accountable. Just like I'm held accountable in my job, I feel like they should be held accountable as well. And I think that that was a fear too, because when we had remote before, and I want to call it crisis remote, because basically you had a weekend to figure it out. And I granted, I understand that and I accept that. I appreciate that. But I do feel that if we're going to do remote, and as Dan said, if we have to go to full remote because it goes red, I mean, there is a chance that could happen. And that's being a realist, that's not being an alarmist. I'm not being an alarmist in any way. We need to make sure that remote aspect, and I've spoken to you about this as well, Scott, that the remote aspect needs to be as strong as the in-person. And I think that with the AV system, I think that will be the best way to do that. So I do agree that thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
Just a question. If we feel that it's really not safe, then why would any other school be safer if we didn't change them all?
Yeah.
That's.
I think, and I'm certainly, I'm going to go back.
I'm just curious, if we change one, why wouldn't we rescind back to the hybrid model for all the schools?
I think, again, it comes down to feasibility. If it's, and I'm going to constantly look back to Dr. Brown, because yes, as school committee members, we are being inundated with information, with parental questions, with staff concerns, so to me, it all comes down to feasibility. Is it feasible in the plan that we are looking at? And I'm continuously hearing yes, so it's feasible here to offer parental choice in our elementary schools and our middle school. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not so far.
Okay. However, to offer it at our high school, the parental choice piece does not seem feasible. Correct me if I'm wrong. With safety, with distancing, safety, as well as class offerings, changing our educational expectations at the it would alter the expectations at the high school.
Feasible for the parents or for the teachers or the staff? Are we listening to everybody or just one group?
I think, oh, that's a great question. I think it's feasible for, right, the guidelines that are being asked of us. I think that's really the feasibility piece. I think that's a great question, though. So feasible.
Do you listen, you get probably 3 groups you need to listen to, so you really, you got to make that decision.
Absolutely, absolutely. The motion before us is to right now consider the motion for the high school is what is the motion before us, and the feasibility to offer course offerings, the feasibility for distancing if we were to remove the hybrid and only go 4-1 or 2-3. I mean, 4-1 or full remote it's just, that's not feasibly safe to have that many people in that building and in that space.
Now, Dr. Brown, it is, as we've heard tonight from Pam Albert, who works with the CDC, saying that the,
Put your mic right down, please.
the 3 to 6 foot, it's not just the 3 foot rule, it would be the 3 to 6. Now, is every elementary school able to adequately supply the distance available for every student? I want to make sure that, because I know there's a lot of concern with the 3 foot, because then there's no more leeway. They have to keep their mask on at all times. And the mandate says 3 to 6 feet, and if you're going to do 3 feet, you have to have the masks on at all time. You have to do all these other things. And I don't know how realistic that is, so I'm asking you about that.
So we are following the Maine Department of Education guidelines, and the guidelines begin at 3 feet. And we also are following the board's request, which was to offer a 4-day model, a 2-day model, and a remote model. And in grades pre-K to 8, we have made that offer to families, and the principals, working with their staffs, have set about to accommodate the designs for each of those buildings. As I understand the high school, it's particularly difficult at the high school because essentially you're running 3 separate tracks within a high school of 300 kids. And so if you pick a class that's a singleton, it's very hard to offer that class to 2 separate cohorts. So Scott, stop me if I'm wrong, but that's been doing high school schedules a long time. That's what makes this so difficult, that you can't have that class offered to essentially half of those students without impacting their other classes. And so and I don't think it is 96 classes, but I think it's a suitable number that it will impact students in a negative way. As I said before, kids have been planning their schedules since they were in middle school.
I have a daughter, I can contest to that, since 7th grade. She was checking out her college resume.
And so to offer that 3 design model and meet the considerations that Scott described earlier has proven not to be feasible at the high school.
So I understand that. I just want to make sure that it is feasible at the elementaries as well. As Dan said, if we're going to do 2, 3 for the high school, I want to make sure that it is feasible for the lower grades as well before.
I think Dr. Brown has answered that as many times as I've turned to you tonight and asked that question. I think she's answered that. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I want to be clear. We're talking about the high school not because of safety. We're not talking about feasibility. Dr. Brown has simply told us many times that it's feasible.
He said safety.
Yeah.
He said safety.
But the topic that we're talking about, and the motion is on the table, is the fact that we cannot offer all our offerings to our students. It's not that we are not doing the right options for safety. It's not the ventilation. It's the fact that we cannot offer all our course offerings based on the 3 models. That is my understanding.
That's not what he said. He said safety for ventilation. Unless I'm hearing things wrong.
I think safety, ventilation, and capacity, and
On a 4-day model, can you clarify, Scott, when you talk about safety, so that there's some confusion
in the
here?
classes? That's what I'm hearing.
And I would only say, the confusion isn't surprising. These are the guidelines. These are the guidelines from 8/12, okay, August 12th. There were guidelines out on August 11th that we've been following. I found these guidelines just very recently. There's squishy language, as Dr. Brown has said. So I'm not surprised that we're having this, is it safe, is it not safe, because we are stuck with this 3 to 6, and what does that mean? You all are trying to wrestle out something that's really, really difficult, because you have differing opinions on what safe means, right? So I just want to remind people that what you're wrestling with is totally understandable, given the fact that it's not real clear. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
No, I was tasked to come here to be able to explain where the conflict lies. And the conflict, for me, first and foremost, lies in trying to be able to build a schedule with these 2 tracks. And I don't see how we can make that happen without taking away classes from other kids, which led me into the conversation of how did we get to the 2-3 place to begin with, because it balanced all of these other factors and considerations into play, and that's the work through the summertime, and that's what we were kind of preparing for. And now with having 2 tracks happen simultaneously, it now has caused to put us in a place to say, I can't offer what we were supposed to offer that kids were looking forward to having for classes. And they were making plans, and they were making post-secondary plans around that, and that just doesn't feel just to me.
Any other questions for Scott tonight? Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Anir.
You know, we've had a lot of conversation about what remote was and what it is, and I know that's it's a healthy part of this discussion, and I wanted to be sure that I was able to articulate some of the points of what's different now than what occurred then, because I think that's an important picture that we understand. And there was successes, and there were struggles, and there was failures. I can personally attest to that. It took a great toll on our family as well. Okay, I can tell you that. Some of the things that are different is that we have a starting point. We have a starting point to be able to develop access procedures, login procedures. We have a starting point to develop what attendance criteria will look like, what grades will look like. We have an opportunity to be able to say that remote is to further in-class work and not wholly introduce classwork. We didn't have that opportunity before. As again, some people spoke, we didn't know when we were coming back. So we were still trying to sort out what is the reality of what we're doing. Staff have been developing full remote units to mirror in-class. They didn't have that opportunity before. Now we're at a place where we're utilizing whole scale from grades 3 to 12 Google Classroom. Before we were hodgepodging some of this and some of that, and this was successful and people were sharing. Now we've put our stake in the ground and saying this is going to be a means that we are going to be able to access whether you're in class or out of class. So that absolutely enhances remote opportunities. This also allows us to be able to track completed work and offer feedback in a more timely manner. I think the young lady, Ms. Payton, spoke earlier about the challenge of being able to articulate something. That's the first tier of having that feedback. I so wholeheartedly support her being able to have that face-to-face opportunity to have feedback. But this is now we have some experience at being able to do that, and Google Classroom is able to support that process. It doesn't replace it. And the other big thing is that now we're going to be able to move ahead with the Pro AV system. So those are some things that are very different for us, but I also would say, from hearing from my admin colleagues and hearing from elementary and middle school, those are things that are different from them as well than what occurred in the spring. So I wanted you to know that, because I know that's an important part of everything that we've talked about. You've had those questions and I've had those questions about what is remote and why is it different, and we don't want to go back to that. We don't. I can attest to that in my professional life and in my personal life, and there were successes and struggles all the way through that.
Thank you, Scott.
I trust you, Scott. You do a great job.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Anir tonight? All right, seeing none, let's take a roll call vote, please, at this time. There is no Ward 1, so Ward 2.
Yes, for the 2 to 3.
So it's a motion, the motion on the table is to approve a revision of the Edward Little High School return to school model to include only remote and 2-day hybrid options.
Yes.
Just to be clear on the motion, Ward 2 is yes. Ward 3 is yes. Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? No, Ward 6. Faith Fontaine at large?
Yes.
And Mr. Simpson at large?
It is unanimous, yes.
Hang on, Mr. Carrier.
Yes.
All
is it?
right,
I
motion
forgot about
passes.
It's okay.
It's 11, things start falling apart.
Ladies and gentlemen, motion passes. All right, moving on, student information, none. Superintendent's report.
Thank you. I am going to be really brief, given the lateness of the hour. This is really just a quick update on a meeting that we had with the DOE on 8/18. And I just want to get a couple of dates on your horizon. This is regarding the new Edward Little High School. We are going to cancel the August building committee meeting with your okay, and move, the next meeting will be September 29th. The construction documents are scheduled to be 100% complete on the 14th. That becomes important because we anticipate a tentative date for the State Construction Committee on October 30 and a tentative state board presentation November 11. We're checking that date because that is Veterans Day. We're not quite sure.
Yeah, it was confirmed November 4th.
November 4th.
We got that info back from DOE.
And then bid dates are November 17th. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on, school committee chairperson's report. I'm going to summarize communications. I don't think it's any secret that the school committee has received numerous communications regarding the very polarizing topic of the reentry plan for the school year 2021. Communications are being received from staff, parents, and community members. We're noting themes around safety for staff, feasibility for staff as a top priority, and the need to adhere to DOE mandates. We know there's opposition to the plan that has been put forth by the school committee, as well as support for the plan that has been put forth for the school committee. We continue to want to make sure that we are checking in with Superintendent Brown regarding the feasibility of these motions that have been made. And so I would like to extend to you that if the plan voted on by the school committee fails to meet any of the mandates in any way whatsoever, or fails to, for reasons we need you to communicate to us if there are some feasibility issues around anything. So we as a school committee need to be informed, and so we are looking for that to come forward to us. And you touched upon the Edward Little piece. And I do want to thank everyone who came out to speak to us tonight. I know that you have organized your efforts tremendously. We have not sat here with earplugs in our ears. We have heard you, but at the same time, we have also have guidelines and restrictions and mandates and shifting sands that we are constantly trying to navigate an entire school system through. And it's not easy for educators, and it's not easy for any of us who are here again. So I do thank you. You know, those of you who have come together to be part of this plan this summer, the plan that you've put together is what the plan is being relied on as we open the doors again for school. So we've stated that, I think, a few times, that nothing is being thrown out, it's all being utilized. So thank you very much for that. City Council update, Mr. Carrier.
Well, I'll make it really easy. I was not here for the meeting the other night, and the subjects that were brought up to me is that there is currently money that's being looked at coming from the state to help the city deal with child care issues, and the plans for that are in the works, so we'll see how that pans out. And that's the only thing that I had brought forward.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving on, standing committees, Finance Subcommittee, Mr. Carrier, Mr. Simpson.
All right, try to make this as short as possible. Adam, you jump in here whenever I get off task. The meeting, we met on the 13th. We approved the minutes for July 16th and 24th. There was a discussion about a property acquisition that the Finance Committee did not move forward with. We did talk about the nutrition program, and there was some shortfalls there. And we are looking at a program under CEP that we might be able to change that up in the coming years. We'll continue to look at that over the next year. The updated June financials, they had an increase of $36,000, but we did have some money that was freed up because of the CARES funds. July financials, we did have some insurance costs that ran up a little bit higher than we had anticipated, but the fund balance finished out at 958. Is that correct? Yeah, 958,000. The CRRF project, which is the middle school and the Franklin elevator project, from the AMS point, we have gotten the bid back, and we are going with T-Buck from Turner to do that project. We are looking at the timelines. Adam has had meetings in regards to it.
Yeah, we had our kickoff Friday, and it's scheduled to be finished end of December, right before Christmas is the schedule.
And then as far as the CRF CARES grants updates, yeah, we used it.
That sums
What
it
did
up.
I leave out?
That sums it up, Brian.
Sums it up. All right. Public comment on financial report. I'm going to guess there's none left. All right. Can I entertain a motion to accept the finance report for 2020 as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Faith.
Second.
Thank you, Brian Belknap. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion passes. All right. So there are a few more things that I'm going to go through, and then I'm going to make a motion in just a moment. I am going to assume policy subcommittee, that is the work that's being moved over to new business, correct? Okay. All right. Any other subcommittees? I don't believe we're reporting out on any other subcommittees going on this evening. So I'm going to move to old business, which is a motion. So I'm going to the 2020-2021 Auburn School Committee goals. Can I entertain a motion to approve the second reading of the Auburn School Committee goals for 2020-2021 and adoption?
So moved.
All right, Brian Belknap, thank you. Pam Hart, second. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, that motion passes. We have already moved through the revision of the Edward Little High School. And at this point, and it's seeing this time at 11:05, and I'm sorry Mr. Fairchild just left. I don't know that we beat the record. I know he was challenging us to beat the record, and at this point, I'm not interested in beating the record. So at this point, can I entertain a motion to table all new business, which includes policies here, to our September 2nd meeting?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Oh, any discussion? Sorry. Discussion, conversation, debate? All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none opposed. Dr. Brown, we have just moved all these policies to our September 2nd meeting.
Okay.
Which is our next meeting scheduled for September 2nd. We'll have a workshop beginning at 6 p.m. A regular meeting starting at 7 p.m. If you have any future agenda items or requests for information, please reach out to either Dr. Brown or myself. Can't imagine really right now any of us are there. Executive session, none tonight, so you're going to motion to adjourn, please. Thank you, Dan Poisson. Can I have a second? Thank you, Dave Simpson. All those in favor? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned, 11:05.